Getting nasty on a Monday. It's the Fast Lane on 101 at ESPN with Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Congratulations to Brandon Kiley and his wife, Kara, on the birth of their son, Luca. Nice job there, guys.
Done,
Congratulations.
Done.
I believe little Luca was born on the 9th, I think. No, the 6th. The 6th. Yeah.
The other 9.
The other 9. Upside down.
That's
9.
right.
You put them together.
Yeah.
You get 96, Jamie.
You sure do.
Jamie, how was your weekend?
Weekend was good. Somewhat relaxing. Certainly took advantage of the beautiful weather. Thought that was great. The nighttime cooled down just a little bit. Get outside, a little fire pit, a little TV outside. Maybe, go do some things. Had a great weekend.
Well, good.
How about you?
It was excellent.
Was it?
Swam in a pool again with the kids yesterday. Didn't smash my face in the side of a wall.
Do you wear a mouth guard now swimming?
I've thought about it.
Like,
There's
I'm talking
always-
like the boxer's mouth guard, like with top shelf, bottom shelf.
There's always a moment when I'm playing with the kids and I'm underwater where I have a little PTSD. And I think maybe I should be wearing a helmet.
What's the first thing that collides with the wall for you?
Well, you'd think it's the nose, Jamie. I think that's what you're going after.
No, I just trying to think of some kind of a nose protector for you. Just, you're like a dolphin. You pick up some speed cutting through the water like that.
Sure.
Like a sailfish.
How about you?
Well, mine's like a rudder that's kind of broken. So the faster I go, the harder I turn to the wrong side by accident. Like, I have a hard time keeping the ship straight.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, your Cardinals won a couple of games over the weekend. That was nice.
It was.
They wound up winning a game yesterday in which Steven Matz pitched, and he pitched very well. Unfortunately, Jordan Montgomery also got hurt over the weekend, so that stinks from a trade proposal standpoint. But nonetheless, you've won 2 of 3 as you head into the All-Star break.
So let's break this down a little bit here. Did Steven Matz, did he change your mind at all?
No. On what? I'm sorry. I answered too quickly. What do you mean?
He had 9 strikeouts, Anthony.
Like whether or not he could be a force in this rotation?
No, I didn't say force. I did not use
whether or not he could be
that
average?
Word. How about can he be in your rotation?
Sure.
You weren't more excited than that?
No.
That's a little disappointing.
Why?
Well, because the guy gets relegated to the bullpen, and he does a good job of working away, and then he comes back, and then he has his first start is an outing like that.
Yeah, it's good.
I think you got to tip your hat to a veteran guy who comes back and does that stuff. I just don't know why you don't respect Steven Matz and his ability at all.
I don't know why you got to throw him a party.
I didn't throw him a party,
when
Anthony.
he comes back and he pitches
welcome
well.
Welcome back to the rotation. How about that? That's not a freaking party.
Saying he did his job, Jamie?
$44 million
exactly.
says that you should be happy that he's able to be back in your rotation.
$44 million doesn't go as far as it used to, I guess.
Okay.
They did beat the White Sox. They had the same amount of wins as the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's a juggernaut team.
So
Boy, I wish we had that
party.
Luis
no
Robert.
Party.
That'd be nice.
Why? What did he do?
He's only an all-star. What has been the most frustrating aspect for you?
You.
It's fair. I was asking more from the Cardinals standpoint, but listen, I'll write it down.
Sorry.
Me.
I misunderstood.
I got it.
Yeah, you go.
We're all set.
All right.
I'll file that away.
Okay, so as far as the Cardinals are concerned, for me, it's just been the inconsistent play. And not just in one area. Like, it's all over the place. All of it. The offense, when it's clicking, boy, does it click. And when it doesn't, it just doesn't. The defense, 3 errors again. Yesterday's, what are we doing here? Like, that has been one of the biggest surprises for me. And then, of course, the pitching. So those 3 things, which are pretty much all of baseball, offense, defense, and, pitching.
So baseball.
Yeah. Cardinals baseball.
The 3 things that you're supposed to do well in baseball, Cardinals didn't really do well. So that's kind of where you're at from a frustration level.
That's where I'm at.
That makes sense. Marsh, how about you?
it's got to be the pitching, obviously, I think. And, yeah, you could say the starting rotation. That's a given. But I think the bullpen has really irritated me. On Friday, they have a 5-0 lead. Jordan Montgomery gives up the home run to Jake Berger, St. Louis guy. So it's 5-1, and then he comes out of the game. And, I went home, and I fell asleep on the couch watching this game. I took a nap. I woke up from this nap. Wasn't an hour long. I wake up, team's losing.
You all tuckered out, were you?
I was tired. It was a long week. It was a long 3-day week. So I take the nap. I wake up. The team's already down. They're down. They're losing. I go, how does this happen? You know how. It's the bullpen.
Of course.
Well, usually they're down in the first inning, so.
Mm-hmm. It was a nice change-up, that's for sure. If they're going to lose, at least I get to watch some of the game, the beginning of the game, without getting irritated.
I hate going into the middle of the first inning and the game's over already. Like, I've just sat down, poured myself a drink. I'm like, I gotta watch the Redbirds tonight. Come on, guys. Tonight's the night. First inning's over. I'm like, well, I'm done with that. Hey, honey.
What else is on?
What's on Netflix that we can watch?
Right.
What series can we start?
What show are we going to start? I don't even know if the most frustrating aspect of this season has even happened yet for me.
Oh, no. It's the trade deadline.
It's the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like they are going to botch this trade
100%.
deadline.
100%. I have the same feeling.
I think they're going to get on a semi-roll. And what I mean by roll is, like, they're going to win like 4 games in a row. They've won 2 here. Mm-hmm. They're going to win 4 in a row. And the front office is going to look, maybe we should add. But by add, it's some crafty veteran.
Lance Lynn.
Like a Lance Lynn.
I'll take him.
Or a Rich Hill.
Yeah.
Or even like a Zach Greinke or something. Something that is really not going to make the difference between where you are now and where this team should be based on its offensive talent. But they're going to do it anyways. I think that this team is really going to piss me off in the next couple of weeks.
I hope so.
So, will that piss you off, or will it piss you off more if they're not able to really do anything at the deadline, or they don't do anything, and then John Mozeliak gets on the presser and says, well, we really tried. We had some deals in the making, and it just sort of fell through, and, we did what we tried to do. We were able to move a contract or 2, but ultimately the deals just weren't there for us.
Yeah, tied for first. My rage will be at an all-time high on either of those situations. Either they don't do anything at the deadline because there's no direction, there's no urgency, there's no goal. It's just, we'll see what happens. Or
that sounded more like a Sleepy Mo.
They add.
It's like Eeyore.
Right. It's the Eeyore Mo.
Yeah. It's because Anthony is really sad.
Oh, boy, that's a shocker.
I'm not sad.
You're not sad that this team stinks?
No, I'm ticked off.
Well, there you go.
Hey,
I'm ticked off.
Fire in your belly, Anthony. Atta boy.
Who thought this pitching staff was going to be good?
John Mozeliak actually said that they had 6 potential starters in their rotation. Yeah. I remember those
guess
words.
what? You're wrong. So if they do nothing at the deadline, if they sit on their hands,
relatively nothing.
Yeah. Or they trade Montgomery and they trade Flaherty, but they trade him for like outfield prospects.
Utility players would be even better.
A solid utility. This guy can play anywhere. He's an infielder.
We need more of those guys
that can play in the outfield.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're looking for. We want to field 9 guys, including the pitcher, that can also play in the outfield. We're just going to have a whole roster full.
Yeah.
I don't know what would make me more irate in that scenario. You cannot blow this deadline.
Let's go back to Lance Lynn for a second here. And I'm not fixated on Lance Lynn in particular.
I am.
I did retweet something over the weekend where Jimmy the Cat on Bally Sports Midwest sat down in the dugout with Joe Kelly and Lance Lynn. By the end of that interview, I was like, this is exactly what the Cardinals need in their clubhouse.
Yeah.
They need a couple of jackasses like this. To where Joe Kelly might be out there wearing his Matador suit one day. Lance Lynn might just tell someone to piss off just because that's the way he feels that day.
Right.
I honestly feel like I'd almost want to add them. I don't even care what their ERA is. I don't care what their whiff rate is. I don't care. I just want them around the team. For the rest of this season, I feel like they could alleviate some of the burden on some of these guys. And Lance Lynn's got that sandpaper in him to where he'll tell anybody what he thinks on any given day. And so will Joe Kelly. And Joe Kelly be a guy that gets up there on the bump and not happy with the way things are going. Oh, bullpen sucks, eh? And he'll dot someone between the numbers and be like, oh, sorry. Just had to do it, though, because you're standing there. So go on to first base or I'll punch you in the face. One of the two.
Either way.
I'd love to see these guys added for that reason. Not because I think they're going to come in and turn it around.
Right. I think those could be some off-season moves.
Could be.
That makes sense. All right, it's the fast
That
lane
was so snarky.
on 101 ESPN.
It's definitely happening.
What are you going to add at the deadline? Come on.
Well, if we just shore up the bullpen and get maybe one more starter,
A couple of
we
utility
could change some
players.
things around.
Right.
Maybe another catcher.
We're only 11 and a half games out. It's a
if
a bad division.
Ellie De La Cruz can't steal second, third, and home every game.
That guy is a cheat code.
Holy crap.
I mean, they're winning the division.
Holy.
How dumb are the Brewers, though? Just out of curiosity, because he steals second, and then they play the farthest shift that you're legally allowed to
They
play.
didn't even hold him.
He won't do it again.
Ellie De La Cruz looks over and goes, there's no third baseman.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go to third. And then everybody's so pissed off that he got to third that they don't even watch him steal home.
Yeah.
It was super talented and a very high baseball IQ
Yeah.
for that whole sequence.
I'm so glad he's in the division. Between
You know what? I
Ellie
am
De La
too.
Cruz.
He plays for just the Reds.
and O'Neal Cruz, who's hurt, but is also
like the
built
same
like a
player.
defensive end. It's going to be fun.
I'm happy they're in the division. Maybe then people will stop saying, oh, it's a crap division.
That's
give,
true.
Give some respect to the Central.
Yeah.
And shout out to the
That's
Pirates.
what we need, Jamie. We need these teams to get better.
Shout out to the Pirates who just drafted Paul Skeens from LSU.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the best pitchers, quote unquote,
Oh,
to
Skinner. We picked up an
grace the
outfielder, though.
mound.
Yeah, we did. Apparently, he's got a great swing. So,
He does hit moonshots.
looking forward to watching him in a couple of years. You know?
We'll see what his launch angle is when he gets to the big leagues.
At that point, they'll. Well, does he fit in the launch angle offense?
You know what? I don't know.
Congratulations to the Tampa Bay Rays.
They're going to trade him. Hey, that's not fair, Marsh. He could be a Marlin. You never know.
That's true.
How does Jordan Montgomery's injury affect the Cardinals' plans at the deadline? That's next on 101 ESPN.
Jamie, what you want is something that Bow Tie would never put up with. That's why he gets rid of those kind of people. Anybody that shows any kind of enthusiasm or has a little sandpaper to him, he doesn't like that. He likes marshmallows.
I mean, she's not.
I mean, s'mores at this time of year are pretty good.
What's wrong with marshmallows?
Right. I'd go for a s'more right now. Get around the campfire.
First of all, Janet, thank you for the mic drop. Appreciate that. How do you guys like your marshmallows, by the way? Like, everybody has, like, if you're around the campfire, are you put it in the fire, it catches fire, you let it go like a psychopath, and you blow it out, and you've got the burnt outside and the melted inside?
No.
Are you the, slow roaster guy?
Yep.
Where you sit there and you're, spinning it?
Yeah. I got to slow roast that puppy.
So that your marshmallow just gets that nice little brown layer to it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you, look, I feel like it's a bit of a shortcut if you decide to just burn that puppy. And then you put it on the graham cracker. What are you looking at?
I was watching what you're putting on there.
Listen, you know I talk with my hands, Jamie.
Smacking it
I'm
down.
Italian.
The mallow on the graham.
You put the mallow.
If you start smacking
Then
it down like
you stuff it.
that, marshmallow might fly off, Anthony. You gotta be very careful.
Okay, well, when you put it down there, right, and then you try to right off, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
You got
How's
a
that go
mess.
again?
You got a mess in here.
Okay.
You know?
How do you, when you're pulling your marshmallow, Anthony, how do you pull it? Is it quickly with the thing, or do you take the two biscuits?
You got to take the two,
and you push them together,
and then
you slide it out. All right.
It's science, really.
Is there another way to do it?
I've seen people try to just have the graham cracker,
right,
and then the chocolate, and then just kind of like try and scoop it
and
on there.
Graham cracker.
I don't know why you do that. I don't like that at all. I'm definitely more of the squeeze them together and pull it out.
Exactly. Jamie gets it. So does Janet. She's right. They got rid of Lance Lynn, got rid of Joe Kelly. That deal still worked out. The Joe Kelly deal. But I had brought up Tommy Pham. Got stabbed multiple times.
Yeah, he did.
He out. Randy Rosarino, sure. One video.
That was a big
One
video.
video. And then he's gone.
Quite
Harrison
honestly,
Bader, a little swagger. He's hitting cleanup now for the Yankees. Yeah. Granted, they just fired their hitting coach. But the point is, anybody with a little swagger, little sandpaper, you're not playing for these Cardinals.
what I fail to understand is everybody looked at Schulte like as the accountant, like the nerd, right? Just because he was very quiet and he had the glasses, he didn't look like your prototypical, like, old school manager.
No, he looked like your accountant.
Yeah. So the way I felt about that video was I was like, I think people are going to like Schulte now.
Right.
Like, even more. This guy's dropping F-bombs and, take this and like, I was like, that's my guy.
We don't care.
We
don't care
compliment
who we play.
That's my guy.
Craig Berube doing his Game 7 pregame speech.
Yeah.
We're like, hell yeah.
Why do we compliment? Because we expect
Barry
that
Benner,
from,
let's go.
Right.
but we expect that from Chief. Then when you see Schulte do it, you're like, whoa, I feel different. But I loved it. I thought
Everybody did.
I was like, hey, Randy Rosarena, you can do that every now and then when Schulte's on a bender here. He's having a
Right.
good one.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe don't put it on Instagram. Just
Right.
Whatever.
Or was it the old Instacart, or was it the live?
It was. I think it was
do a
live on
Facebook or
Instagram.
something, or the
Or
live
listen,
Instacart.
They call it the Insta Live.
The
I
Insta
believe is what they
Live.
do.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Right? Marshy, the kids these days?
Insta Live?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they call it that, but
Well, they should.
Either way,
Instagram Live.
See, that's way too long. Mine's way better.
I don't make the rules.
Anthony, what do you think? You're the tiebreaker.
I'm with Jamie.
Thank you.
Okay. For sure.
So Jordan Montgomery, hey, said that a little too fast. Jordan Montgomery was having a strong outing on Friday until he grabbed his right leg, of course. He ended the game with a line of 4 1/3, allowed 3 hits, one earned run, 1 walk, 5 Ks. This guy's got to stay healthy, Jamie. Pivotal that he stays healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be instrumental in the Cardinals coming back in winning the division. And if you don't have Jordan Montgomery, what?
Not the way I was going, Jamie.
Did I do it wrong?
For me, I like my Jordan Montgomery in a Yankees uniform or a Dodgers uniform
We just
or
got him
a
from the Yankees.
Astros uniform or a really any contender, legit contender.
Why do you not want him here?
Because he would be more valuable pitching for a contender in exchange for pitching that we're going to need in a year.
Oh, so you've given up.
100%. Yes, that's correct.
So have I.
100%, Jamie. Yeah. I don't know why this is a new revelation either. I gave up a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, you sure did.
Well, you got to realize that, how do I put this? This team stinks. You got to realize that you're not going anywhere. Whether it's 8.5 felt like it was insurmountable.
Yeah, it was
11.5 at the All-Star break.
11.5 is way more than I'm wanting, that's for sure.
We had the conversation a couple of weeks ago, Jamie, about, what'd you say, like 3.5, 4.5?
Yeah.
If they're 3.5 out or 4.5 out?
It was the 4-game threshold.
Right.
If they're with 4 games or less to the top of the division, I would consider this team to go and make the playoffs. The fan base deserves the push. If they're not, which it doesn't look like they will be, then you clean house and you go do some things that maybe you don't usually do in order to right this ship literally for next season. Because I don't think they're that far off. Now, hang on. Let me beep, beep, beep. Let me back that up for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Positional players considered, you're not that far off. Pitching staff, however, you have work to do. I don't know if you can do that in one off season. You can try, but I feel like this off season is going to be like trying to get one big name-ish and then a couple more fillers on 1-year deals. So like some veteran guys, the Rich Hills, like that on a 1-year deal. Lance Lynn on a 1-year deal. I'm just throwing names out there. And then the next offseason, you add another good pitcher. Like you've got to rebuild this thing. And in the meantime, you hope that one of your young guys starts knocking at the door to become a major league starter. That's the way I think that's going to have to happen. But yeah, you're not that far off in one aspect, but in the other, you're way off.
Yeah, the offense, you're inside the red zone. You feel good about it. With the pitching staff, what's fair, Jamie? I was thinking they were backed up to their own end zone. That's kind of where I have those guys.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Offense inside the red zone. You're knocking on the door scoring. The pitching staff, Marsh backed up to their own end zone. You're looking to run it out of there. Get a little space.
You might do the old Dan Orlovsky if you're not careful.
Exactly.
Run out of your own end zone.
I think that's what this season is. They were backed up going into the year, and then they just ran out the back of the end zone, Dan Orlovsky style. That's what we're watching right now.
What are the odds that they don't trade Jordan Montgomery?
High. Very high.
Well, let me just throw this out there.
I'm starting to get real pessimistic about this front office.
What about the idea of them, like Jamie said, not getting the return that they would want because he could be injured for a decent amount of time that would affect, the return and whatnot, and they just elect to go with the compensation pick if they don't end up re-signing him in the offseason.
I think in that case, Marsh, you say you get that leg healthy or you fake it. If we can't trade you, we're cutting the leg off, and just be very clear about it. Very clear about it.
I don't see the Cardinals with that kind of chutzpah to say that.
Jamie, I think that and I think you agree here, in any walk of life, communication is paramount, and setting proper expectations.
Yeah. I don't know
crucial.
if physical threats are probably the right way to go. I'm going to cut your leg off.
Only if I can't trade you.
Monty's a pretty big guy. I don't see how John Mozeliak could even scare him.
Yeah, there are ways.
I mean, depends how many other people he has in the room.
Sure. It can be done.
I mean,
all I'm saying is, Monty, Jordan Montgomery's got to get healthy.
We got another good one from the 314. The pitching staff is playing with their goalie pulled in their own zone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
It's not a great idea.
Jamie's been on the ice for that.
I had a coach.
It's not fun.
It actually happened against me. I had a coach in the minors one time. oh God, Francis was his last name. Anyways, he pulled the goalie. They iced the puck. They had a face-off in their end, and he pulled the goalie. There's towards the end of the game, like they were down by a goal, but like, what are you doing? Our centerman won the draw, just shot it in the net. Just shot it in the net. The guys on his team were like, what the frickin' blank are we, like, the goalie? Like, did you have that much confidence in your centerman?
Why did you need the extra man there?
Well, they were down by a goal, and I guess he thought, well, the more time I have without the goalie, the great. No. Now, to his defense, the centerman probably should have just tried to tie the face-off and then have the extra player who you have on the ice go in and get the puck. Mm-hmm. But they didn't do it that way. I think most of the players were just stunned that they didn't have a goalie in the net.
Right.
And they were down by a goal in their own end.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, it was great.
That's like
I got a
playing
plus on that one. I was like, I'll take that plus. That was an easy one.
It's like playing a video game and you pull the goalie, but you're not actually trying to. So you're like pausing it. You're like, wait.
Yeah, you gotta be careful when you're not really trying to pull the goalie and the goalie. You gotta be careful about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you guys are talking about two different things right now.
Maybe
is the bullpen this bad, or are they a product of the starting rotation? That's kind of an interesting question there. The old chicken or the egg, huh, Jamie?
Yeah.
That's next on 101 ESPN.
Jamie Rivers back with you here, joined by my good friend Tracy Bibb from the Bibb Agency. Tracy, a lot of people ask me all the time, because they know we're good friends, they ask me about when's a good time to have a full review of your insurance. Is now a good time to do that?
Yeah, now is an excellent time. And that's actually one of the things that we do with our clients. Every single year, we reach out to them to do a review because, things change. Things change with your life. Things change with the discounts and the coverages that are offered from the insurance company. So it's really important to do a review. And right now, if you want to give us a call, check out your insurance. We are still entering people to win lotto tickets. So we have $50 worth of lotto tickets we are giving away. So perfect time to just have us look over your insurance.
Yeah, have the Bibb Agency look over everything. They are going to do their best to save you money and certainly provide the best coverage. I know, because I've been with the Bibb Agency for almost 4 years now. So Tracy is going to handle everything. All you have to do is give her a call. 314-328-4260. Again, that number is 314-328-4260. Tracy, thank you so much for everything you do.
Thanks so much. Go Blues.
Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards take 2 of 3 in the south side of Chicago against the White Sox. They win yesterday by a final score of 4-3. It is now time for the All-Star break, which means we start things off with the Home Run Derby. Julio Rodriguez in Seattle will look to defend his title tonight. You can catch all the action right here on 101 ESPN. Starting at 7. We're talking Cardinals baseball today, some Blues hockey, as well as City SC. Leave us all of your thoughts and opinions on the Cards. What's been the most frustrating aspect of this season so far? You can text us at the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, or leave us a mic drop, and we'll get to those throughout the show. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center Update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Is loaded 3-0. And it's ball 4 and the Sox lead.
Lighting a marshmallow on fire is a hazard. I did that and waved it around in the air, and it flew off the stick and went into my eye. Almost lost my vision.
I don't know how to respond to that. By the way, it's a fast lane here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, Andrew Marsh, and mic drop from David.
David.
Safety first.
Yeah, I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
We're talking.
It has happened. I've seen that before, where the kids go start doing this, you know,
to try
and
to
the marshmallow flings everywhere. But to David's point, it's always difficult when you get it in the eye, and then your eye is sticky and shut. And you can't get it open.
Yeah.
You try not to have that happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck, David.
Then it changes colors because it might be burnt.
Oh, yeah. And then everybody
Sure.
after that's asking you, what's wrong with your eye?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's a whole thing.
It is.
For sure. It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Andrew Marsh, Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. By the way, when we were talking about Mo a little bit earlier, we got a YouTube comment. Was it YouTube or was it the text line, Jamie?
Well, I don't know which comment you're talking about.
Well, the one about how we're not holding Mo accountable.
Oh, that
some
was
crap.
a text.
Makes more sense. That was a
I
text.
think that whoever the listener was has not listened to the show in about 2 months. Because I can't find it right now, but paraphrasing, just said that, if the front office comes back here it is. If Mo has his presser and gives the same answers following the trade deadline, isn't your job as the media to call him out on that? None of you guys ever challenged them. Again, I don't know, 618, if you've listened to the show for the last 2 months, but ever since the handling of the Contreras thing, which I feel like we were brutally honest about how that was handled. And then I know that myself and you, Anthony, both said that, at one point Mo should have had a press conference to address the situation. And
we said he had a deadline. We gave him 24 hours.
We gave him 24 hours.
And what happened?
Nothing.
Okay. Which shows you how much power that we have. I think that what winds up happening here for people is that when fans are upset, they obviously want the media to be upset too, because somebody's got to feel this as well. And when the media starts asking questions to Mo, in this case, they do it in a way to get a response. I think what some fans want us in the media to do is when Mo is talking. So why don't we just do kind of a mock session? Marsh, do you want to be Mo?
Sure. Do I get back tattoos or is this?
No. This is
Actually, hang on.
standard
We've
Mo.
had an update
Oh,
from
wow.
the 618.
Okay.
He says that he meant in person, like at a live presser, like to hold Mo accountable.
Yeah.
So
okay.
a couple things regarding that is one, I don't know when the next time I'll actually see John Mozeliak is face to face. And there's still a certain amount of professionalism that has to happen here.
Yeah.
Like, I can't just walk up to John Mozeliak or even at the presser, at the live presser, and be like, here's what I think. Here's what I think of you, Bo.
Well, can we do a mock?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a mock.
You want to do some role playing?
This is a mock press conference, Jamie. You and I in the media. Yeah,
Anthony
we want to
likes
do some.
that.
Yeah, who doesn't?
No, I agree.
So you're just going
Little
to
role play.
So who are you going to be in this one?
You and I are the media. Our guy
But
Marsh.
who? We have to be people. I
you
can't
have to
just
be
roll.
yourself.
You're yourself. You're yourself.
That's not really role playing, man. I don't
Who
get
do
to
you
put-
want?
I don't
to
get to
John
put on
Denton?
like.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't get to put on the clothes and really get into character.
Jamie, you and I show up at the press conference following a trade deadline that fans don't like. So what we're doing now, Jamie, is I think this is what fans think we need to do. Okay, so Marsh, go ahead as John Mozeliak.
Oh, he's Mo. Okay.
Yeah, he's Mo.
All right, we're now opening questions up for the media.
Yeah, Mo, Anthony Stalter, 101 ESPN's Fastlane. How could you have screwed up this deadline so badly, you piece of crap?
Well, we
That was good.
we really want to give the opportunities to our players, and we think we have a strong
Like Randy Rosarina?
Well, Randy Rosarina, he violated one of our conducts, which includes, having cell phones in the locker room in the clubhouse during team hours. And
Mo, Anthony Stalter, 101 ESPN, the Fastlane.
Yes.
Why are you? Can you tell us why you're so bad at your job?
Well, Anthony,
this
I
version of
don't
Anthony.
think bad is a word that people like yourself like to throw around, and we like to think of it as a positive or a negative thing. And so far this season, things haven't gone the way that we expected him to, but we have a second half. There's a lot of baseball left in the season. I think this team is a really good team, and we're going to turn things around. We just need to bolster our bullpen and, maybe get a veteran starter. And I think we can make a push as we are, over 10 games under 500. But, this division, if you just get in, Anthony, of course you can win.
Jamie Rivers over here at 101 ESPN. Unfortunately, his sidekick. Mo.
Sidekick or psychic?
Both.
Sidekick and
Gotcha.
psychic, depending on the situation, certainly. Mo, just wondering, you talk about that you have a good ball team here. What universe are you living in looking at that rotation and thinking you had 6 starters when you only have like 2? I mean, just how bad of a misjudgment was that, actually? I mean, do you sometimes look at yourself in the mirror with disgust?
No, I actually don't. I'm quite fond of myself. Actually, when I do look in the mirror, I believe we had 6 starters, and, I never once said that any of those were 6 good starters, but 6 starters. And so far, we have pitched more than 6 starters. We have more than 6 starters.
You sure have, Mo.
Yeah.
Mo,
None of them are good.
At what point do you take out of your own bank account to repay the fan base that you have lied to, have mistreated, and who they feel entitled to a lot more than what you have done? At what point do you go to the ATM and just start taking out hundreds of dollars to give back to this fan base, the greatest fan base known to man, who have sat through your absolute crap for years? Now, you've done a lot of winning, okay, but not this year. So when do you start repaying the fan base?
Well, Anthony, I appreciate your double barrel question.
It's triple. And then
Triple barrel.
More like a machine gun.
I want to thank all of our fans for supporting the club, and we have 3 million strong every year, and even though we're not having the best of seasons, we just really appreciate our fan base for really stepping up and continuing to believe in us.
All right.
Mo, why do you, internally in the front office, why do you guys just not like to win?
I don't think it's a thing.
Why do you not care about the fans, and why do you not care about winning for the fans?
This team absolutely cares about winning. I think this group is going out there and, putting all on the line on the baseball diamond. And, sometimes the breaks, they just don't go your way. And there's a lot of soft contact out there. And we're going to continue to talk about that soft contact because clearly that's the reason why we're losing.
Mo, one last question here. Again, Jamie Rivers. No. Over here, Mo. Mo, I know you know I'm in the room, Mo. Please make eye contact. Do you feel guilty at all saying the payroll was going to increase when it really didn't, but your pay actually increased with a contract extension?
That'll be all for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I want to appreciate you joining us.
So there you go. So I know you want it to go that way, but if you noticed, and Marsh was fantastic. Nice. You really didn't get anything more than you would have gotten. But Jamie and I being jerks doesn't equate to holding Mo accountable. The only way that you're going to get any sort of answers out of John Mozeliak that would satisfy you is to basically threaten his life.
Whoa. Right? No, we don't do that, Anthony. Come on, take that back.
How else are you going to get, like, to really appease the fan base?
I don't
either get him ham sauced.
I don't think our fans want violence.
Either get him ham sauced or threaten him.
I don't think our fan base wants him harmed. I mean, not all of them.
Otherwise, you're not going to get. You think like, well, you just hold him accountable. John Denton and Derek Gould and Katie Wu and Ben Fredrickson, they ask questions. They ask questions to get him talking. Sometimes there is a direct back and forth. If you notice, Ollie gets ticked off with the media for asking questions that are incredibly direct. It doesn't mean you're going to get the answers that you think you deserve. That's just the way it is. So to the 618 or whoever is thinking, well, just hold them accountable. You don't know what the hell that means. You don't. It's not going to satisfy you holding him accountable.
Well, yeah, because no matter what you ask Mo or the DeWitts, or no matter what you ask them, they're not able to change anything in the moment, and they're certainly not going to take your advice and decide to move baseball operations in a different direction.
Right.
So, but it is good to be passionate. I do like that. I do like that Cardinals fans care. I'm not being snarky. I mean, I've played in cities where fan bases just don't even care about the team, the result, or anything at all. And it sucks to be an athlete in those towns. It sucks to be a spectator at those events because nobody really cares. So it is great that Cardinals fans are so passionate. I think sometimes it gets blurred a little bit as to what the media can actually do to John Mozeliak or Ollie Marmol or Craig Berube and Doug Armstrong, because they really don't give a crap about what the hell we have to say.
Yeah.
They really don't.
No, they don't.
They don't want to answer. They're not going to answer.
Absolutely.
No,
and I'm not talking about all Cardinals fans. I'm talking about a very select few.
I don't want to answer it either.
I wouldn't be. Yeah, I'd be sick of it too.
I'm talking about a very select few that think that just because, we go to a press conference that we don't have to use decorum, or
well, then we're not like asking. Idiots,
absolutely.
To be
yeah.
If you want to be taken seriously by any of the Cardinals, Blues players, management, coaches, you have to have a well thought out question that has some meat on it so that they can answer it, and they'll respect your question and you, the individual, as knowing what the hell you're talking about.
Right.
They may not like what you're asking them, but you better word it the right way and have some material to back it up. Mm-hmm. If you're going to criticize, have the statistics, have the moments ready and armed, if you will. Otherwise, just forget. They're going to disregard. Be like, this guy's an idiot.
Yep. All right, we didn't get into the bullpen conversation. We'll have that next. Is this a good bullpen that is just has gone bad because of the starting rotation, or does the bullpen need to be restructured as well? That's next on 101 ESPN. Our guy Swan just sent this on Twitter to us. Cardinals bullpen, according to Cardinals stats and facts, since Ryan Helsley was hurt on June 8th. Check out these numbers for the Cardinals bullpen.
Oh, they're good, I bet.
6.26 ERA, that's 30th in Major League Baseball. 1.62 WHIP, that's 30th in baseball. A minus 0.3 F4, whatever that means, whatever that is, 26 in baseball. 4.97 FIP, that's fielding independent percentage, Jamie.
Yeah.
25th in baseball. A 5.09 walks per 9 ratio, that's 29th in baseball, and 92 innings of work, that's the 10th fewest in baseball. Every healthy Cardinals reliever has an ERA above 4.0 this season. This bullpen is so bad it's not even funny. That's, again, Cardinals stats and facts on Twitter. Do you think that
Which, by the way, it's a really good follow.
It is. It's
Twitter.
at STL_stats_facts, if you want to give
really
a follow.
Good. I find
Twitter.
a lot of stuff on there.
They're fantastic.
So thank you for providing that, whoever you are.
So the question...
I don't know who it is.
It's
could
them.
be a guy, could be a girl. Who knows?
Could be anybody. Could be a team.
Could be.
Team of people. Jamie.
Yeah.
Product of the starting rotation or just a bad pen in your estimation? Or yes?
I was like, wow, Anthony.
Yes.
Yes. No, look, it's all been inconsistent. It has been. Now, I understand that those numbers are since Ryan Helsley has been injured, but there's also been some times at the start of the season where the bullpen was really good. Your rotation was bad, the bullpen was good. Then the rotation was better and your bullpen was bad. Then you kind of had mid from both, and then you're blowing saves. So, yes, they've been underwhelming to say the least, but I feel like it's just like everything else on this team. You get a couple of good versions of it. You think, okay, here we go. Like Jordan Hicks, he's been a breath of fresh air out of the bullpen, right? So how do you evaluate that then? Because the bullpen in its entirety has not been great. But when you isolate someone like Jordan Hicks, he's been good.
Yeah. They've all been good at times. Jordan Hicks is good right now.
Well, inconsistent, right? He started exactly.
Right. Ryan Helsley. I mean, Genesis Cabrera was a small disaster a year ago, whether it was injuries or inconsistencies, or attitude. Yeah, he was a problem. This year he's been great again. I think bullpens in general, most bullpens are volatile. I mean, from year to year, you feel like you've got a good group, but that same group that you had that was great a year ago might not be great again. Bullpens are very difficult to evaluate. That is why I think when it comes to this question, I'm more inclined to say, what do you have in the starting rotation? And the starting rotation hasn't been good enough. You get guys that are working 6. I know 7 is that's a miracle to get a pitcher throwing 7 innings anymore. But if you get starters that are working consistently deep into the 6th inning, 7th inning, you get this offense is good enough to give you a lead more times than not. This bullpen should be fine based on who you have in there. So I think this is more a product of the starting rotation.
Poor Andre Palante. I think what happened with him last year is starting to creep in this year. He is tied for second in the entire league with blown saves, with 5. And I feel like we don't talk about him enough.
Yeah.
We focus on...
He's totally given a crap sandwich, too, so many times. Andre Palante's got to clean up whoever's mess, which I know that's part of the job,
right.
It's still not.
And I think it's starting to pile up. We saw him do that last year, too, and he was really good last year for you, so much that they put him in the starting rotation for a spell.
Just do it again.
Right.
Well...
I would. Who cares?
I mean, at this point, we can be experimental.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what?
Experiments could be fun.
Marshy, you're free to your choices, okay?
I'm just saying, Andre Palante, feel bad for the guy.
I do, too. I like him a lot. I do. He's a good pitcher. He's got a lot going for him. Quality individual, Anthony. You'd like him.
I do like him.
Nah.
I'd like him all to pitch better.
Well, yeah, me too. Certainly.
Just throwing that out there.
I don't know. As a product of this, we get a text on here. This is aimed at Waino by David on the YouTube comments. Said those stats include everyone who had to come in for Waino in the second inning. Now, Waino's not the only one. There's been Steven Matz has had some blow-ups. Steven Matz has had some blow-ups. Miles Michaelis. The bullpen has been taxed early at times. Does that affect some of these stats?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they're overused. I think they have been overused since April.
Well, yeah, but you say that, Anthony, but then these stats don't support what you're saying.
What do you mean?
Well, it says every healthy Cardinals reliever, 92 innings pitched, the 10th fewest.
Yeah, but since Helsley went out. But I'm saying that the product has been bad. The starting pitching has been bad since April.
Okay.
So it starts to compile.
I got you.
Like Miles Michaelis was excellent. When did he pitch? Saturday?
7. Again,
He was excellent on Saturday. He was hot garbage in April. He was hot garbage in June. He was great in May. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got starters that can't get to the 5th inning. Or Steven Matz pitched great. Went 5 1/3. I mean,
that's better than 1.
That's where we're at, Jamie.
Our expectations are lowered now. It's disgusting.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I do celebrate 5 innings from a starter now. I'm guilty of that just because this is what you've done to me. 5 innings feels like, man, that was a quality start. No, it wasn't, Jamie. No.
Isn't it ironic?
He did his job. Not really.
Son of a.
It's ironic that the guys that pitch to contact, you think, okay, their pitch count would be lower because if you're striking guys out, you're at least throwing 3 pitches, at least a minimum.
Yeah.
You would think that it would be lower, but we're at 100 pitches in the 5th inning. And you're like, well, there's a 4 2/3.
Max Scherzer, when he was with the Diamondbacks, was notorious for 5 innings, 482 Ks, and 100 pitches. Like he was he was the
5 and dive guy.
5 and dive guy.
Except for no one could get a hit off of him.
Right.
That's why the Cardinals didn't want him.
Oh, boy. It's a fast line on 101 ESPN. Well, our concerns about the Blues defense have the same results as the Cardinals starting rotation. Boy, I hope not.
Why did they drag the Blues into this? What did they do?
It's an interesting comparison. That's next on 101 ESPN. Time Check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler with Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsham, Anthony Stalter. So the Cardinals rotation, everybody knew going into the year that it was a huge question mark, and lo and behold, well, it's a huge question mark. Jamie, are we about to see the same thing with the Blues when it comes to their defensive core? Is Army about to make the same mistake that Mo made with his starting pitching, only this time with his defense?
So what are you actually asking me here? Like, is Army going to just stand pat and think that his D-core is okay like the Cardinals did?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the difference, though, Anthony.
He has to stick with it because he's got a bunch of no contracts.
They have a salary cap in the NHL, and he's got 5 guys with no trade clauses. So contrary to the Cardinals, where in the offseason, there's no salary cap for one thing, and they knew they needed pitching, and they didn't address it. They felt like they were fine when they had the opportunity to address it. So I don't see them as being identical situations. And, hang on, Anthony, I'll get you in a second. And Army did try to already maneuver, but he got shut down by a no-trade clause. You have your hand up, sir.
Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
Do you think, Jamie, that the defense could wind up being the thing that sinks the Blues, and we kind of knew it all along, a la the Cardinals pitching staff?
Yeah, it could. It could, for sure. I mean,
do you believe it in your heart and in your huevos rancheros?
Listen, all I believe right now to be true is you have the same defensive core as you had last year. Will you get different results? Maybe. Because the year before, you had better results. Not the greatest results, but you had better results with the same defensive core. And so last year was an off year, certainly. Too many easy goals, too much of the middle of the ice given up. The defensive zone was not tight enough. The gap control wasn't good enough. All of that stuff. Do I believe that this defensive core can turn it around? Yes, I do. Because I've seen it before from these guys. So does it have the opportunity to do that same result, or to get the same result as the pitching staff? It does. It does. It really does. But I feel like they're going to be a better team overall than they were last year. And I think that right now the forward group that you have is going to be a better forward group than you had last year. So that will help out the entire team defensively. There's no doubt that this defensive core has a lot to prove. And I think they're going to feel that way. I think Torrey Krug is going to feel like he needs to prove something to, well, not just Army, but the fans too. And maybe the entire NHL. Like, this guy tried to trade me for another defenseman. Like, that's kind of wacky. You're sitting there, wait, I was like the second highest prospect or the second highest free agent out there next to Alex Pietrangelo, and now I'm being traded for a guy who wasn't? I would take that as a slight. And Torrey Krug, if nothing else, we know he's a competitive dude. He is. The fact that he's a small, undersized defenseman, that he makes some mistakes defensively, that has nothing to do with the fact that he wants to do well. He's a very competitive player, and I think he's going to come back this year and definitely have something to prove. I think Colton Parayko has something to prove this year. Actually, I think they all do. The only guy that could kind of sit there and go, you know what, I kind of did as much as I friggin' could last year was Justin Falk. But his results weren't ultimately what he wanted either. Scott Perunovich has something to prove, that he can play in the NHL every day. Tyler Tucker just got himself a nice one-way contract. He's got something to prove. So what I do like about this defensive core is not that, just going to stand pat with the same group. They all have something to prove. They have something to push back with. So where I felt like the rotation, everybody's like, well, we're fine. We got pitch to contact guys, and we're going to be all right. We got Jordan Montgomery. We got Michaelis. Like, everything was like kind of hunky-dory. It's not like that right now with the Blues defensive core. It's not. Everybody is critiquing it. A lot of people wanted Torrey Krug to be traded. And so I feel like when you have a group of individuals that all have something to prove, that it could be a different result.
How much does the system change? Do they make tweaks?
Yeah, you have to.
How much? So how many?
You have to, Anthony.
Okay, I agree. I don't like your snark on that.
No, but you have to, like,
your stank.
it's not snark towards you. It's snark in general. Like, how do you have that bad of a season defensively and not change things?
How much do you think will be tweaked?
I don't think it's going to be like astronomical here. In hockey, you have certain systems, and what it comes down to is executing and effort in those systems. They didn't get that all the time last year. They absolutely have to do a better job of containing the middle of the ice, and they absolutely have to do a better job in managing the available players for the opposition in front of their net.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you'll see some tweaks where there's a lot more traffic in the middle of the ice, especially on back checks and on neutral zone forechecks. They're going to be covering over in the middle of the ice a lot more. And I definitely think they're going to collapse a little bit tighter in the defensive zone and really take care of that slot area. Whether it's the high slot, the low slot, and teams were moving around and getting open. I believe they have to get away from immediate puck pressure. And what I mean by that is last year the Blues not that they didn't care, they wanted pressure immediately. So if it was first defenseman and the next available guy was a defenseman, they were both going into the corner or both down. And then the forward was left in front of the net where no matter how good defensively your forward is, he's still not used to being in that spot all the time.
Right.
He's not necessarily aware of everything that's going on, the shoulder check and the backdoor tap-ins, and, which happened a lot. So I think if nothing else, the Blues will get away from that. They'll go more to the traditional, first guy on the puck, whether it's a forward or a defenseman, and then the next guy would be the next layer, but keeping a defenseman in front of the net at all times and live to fight another day so that the players would have to come back to the front of the net, and then that player can leave and go take away time and space from somebody else. But, yeah, I think they definitely have to tweak some things. The number one thing they're going to tweak, and they already did at the end of last season, was getting more aggressive on their forecheck, having the defenseman be able to pinch a lot more because you've got that high forward, that F3 as they call them, playing up high so that he can, back the player up. Mm-hmm. That made a difference for the Blues going down the stretch last year. I think if they start that way, it will ultimately equal better team defense because Craig Berube always says, our defensive play starts with the forecheck. If you can't keep the other team in their end, what good is it at that point?
Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, it's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Let's give away some Cardinals Bud Bash tickets. How about that? Everybody excited? Jamie?
Always.
Okay. 101 ESPN, that's us. We have your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to next Tuesday night's Budweiser Bash for Cardinals versus Marlins. Maybe you'll get to see Sandy Alcantara. Skip Schumacher, you definitely see.
I'd like to see some.
Okay. Next week's Bud Bash game features a limited edition Brad Thompson bobblehead. That's right. Our guy BT's got another bobblehead. I was at the game a couple of years ago when they gave away the Brad Thompson bobblehead. Unfortunately, it got rained out that night. But
what'd they do with all the bobbleheads? Did Brad get them all?
Probably gave them away.
To who, though, if the game was rained out?
Random people in the streets. No, well, people actually were there at the game. And then it got rained out. It was one of those.
Thanks for clarifying that for me.
It was one of those. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you did that.
Like, we know the game's canceled, but why don't you come on in, still drink the beer, and get the concessions and pay for parking? Yeah. Anyways, text in now, 314-399-9646 to win the Budweiser Bash tickets for Cardinals versus Marlins. Jamie, which question do you want to go with? We discussed a couple of them. Dealer's choice for you today.
I can't remember.
All right, fine. We'll go with mine.
I honestly have no idea. Oh, that one.
No, we'll save that one. I'm thinking more of who did he pitch against? Who did Brad Thompson pitch against?
I was thinking something different.
I know you were.
Who did he threaten?
Maybe we'll do that another time. When Brad was in independent ball.
What?
There was a pitcher, a legendary pitcher who was at the end of his career, who pitched opposite of Brad. He opposed Brad that night. Which pitcher was it? It's a well-known name. We're not tricking you here.
This is going to be interesting.
Brad's talked about it. Which pitcher did Brad oppose? Legendary pitcher that I think Brad was pitching for the Somerset Patriots, and this pitcher was pitching for the Bridgeport Bluefish. So I'll give you a little hint there. If you have the correct answer, 314-399-9646.
Wow.
Yeah, people know. Get all the details on this season's series of Budweiser Bash Cardinals games now at cardinals.com/promotions.
Anthony, what texter are we taking?
101.
Okay.
101st. Absolutely.
Because we want to make sure that if you're listening on the app, that you have a chance to answer these.
Yes. 101st texter. If you're wondering, well, I'm listening on the app, there's a delay. First of all, take a step back and breathe, okay? Second of all, you still have your chance. 101st texter. Yeah. We make it fair.
We try. And also, some of the app right now, I guess the streaming on some Android devices is having
sorry
some
about it.
issues. Sorry about that. Just go to the website and you can listen on the website.
Right. People are working on it.
Yep.
Who those people are, Jamie and I have no idea, but they're hard at work.
I'm on this Google thing. I'm trying to figure it out for the company here.
Nice job, Jamie. I'm sure you'll
Smooth.
We'll have it fixed for you next year. Steven Matz, did he
You're
earn
welcome,
his
St.
spot
Louis.
back in the rotation? We'll dive into that next on 101 ESPN.
If you're in the market for replacement windows, please go see my friends at Window World, the preferred window of the St. Louis Blues. They are ranked #1 in number of windows sold in the country by Qualified Remodeler magazine. They offer a lifetime warranty that covers all the parts, the glass breakage, and the labor. They also have a double-strength glass that gives it a strength that is not commonly found in other replacement windows. Heck, Window World windows are so durable, not only do they stand behind their window, at the showroom, I actually stood on the window right in front of all the people there, and the window did not break. So you're getting a real quality product from Window World. You can give them a call for a free in-home estimate, and they can show you how they are just simply the best for less. And customer service, customer satisfaction is huge over there. They pay attention to all the reviews, and they try to make sure that everybody leaves there satisfied. They also have 18 months, same as cash financing with approved credit. So really no other reason to call anywhere else or go anywhere else. Give Window World a call at 314-993-1800. That's 314-993-1800, or you can look them up at windowworld.com.
guy Jamie Rivers a couple of weeks ago. Probably about a month ago now. He said it, and he was absolutely right then, and he's proven right again. Steven Matz is going to be back in this rotation full time. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, that guy, he's throwing grease BBs yesterday.
Well, I'm thinking more along the lines of you're probably going to trade 2 starters. Maybe. I don't know. We've got a Katie Wu cut from BK and Ferrario. They talked to Katie today, Cardinals Insider with The Athletic, that just, if I don't throw my chair at some point, Jamie, I'll throw other things.
Ooh.
But anyways.
I like this.
Steven Matz, yeah, he's going to earn his spot back. Jamie, what do you like to say about Steven Matz and getting his spot back? The Cardinals have
44 million reasons.
Absolutely, to move him back in the
invested
rotation.
In this player.
But with Waino hurt, Montgomery now hurt.
But if he pitches like he did yesterday,
great.
Are you upset? No,
of course not.
You're good with it.
If he does it consistently,
because this is what he was supposed to do from the beginning. Yesterday's performance was what you were supposed to get out of him. Would have been nice to get another inning at least, get 6.
Yeah.
But we'll take the 5. And he had good command. He had good velocity on his fastball, mixed in the changeup. He earned those strikeouts, except for that one where the guy thought he called timeout, stepped out of the box.
Eloy Jimenez, yeah.
Yeah, Jimenez. Whoops. And then Steven Matz, you could see him, he's throwing it, and he was like, well, I better hit the strike zone. Yep. There's nobody in there.
Threw a curve.
He did.
Got it.
But he earned those strikeouts. Maybe not that one, but the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
He was, the elevations. He was pitching the bottom of the zone, top of the zone. He hit a lot of fastballs that were riding up in the top of the zone. Guys are swinging at and missing.
Yeah.
If that's what I can get from Steven Matz, I'm happy. I am. I'm not like elated, but this is what you wanted from him. You wanted him to be a number 3 starter.
Absolutely.
And that's what a number 3 starter looks like to me.
Right.
So if you can get Michaelis doing what he did, then Montgomery, he's hurt, so who knows. Mm-hmm. And you got Steven Matz, like at least, and Jack Flaherty. Boy, Flaherty shoved.
Yeah.
You're looking at like, okay.
Jamie, on that
Let's go
note,
for it.
We opened the show talking about what has been like the most frustrating aspect of this season. For me, mine hasn't happened yet. I'm waiting for the deadline, and then I'm going to be real frustrated. But to your point, Jamie, imagine if Steven Matz just pitched like a number 3 all season. Imagine if Miles Michaelis just pitched like a number 3. Forget a number 2 and an ace. Just a number 3 all season. Imagine if Jordan Montgomery consistently, and he has for the most part, pitched like a number 3 all season.
Yeah. I know.
Imagine that.
You'd be in a lot better
Imagine if Jack
shape.
Flaherty pitched just like a number 3. You still get your ass kicked in the postseason, but you wouldn't be 11 and a half games back in this NL Central.
No, and I think that is the frustrating part is you haven't even needed like an astronomical difference.
No.
Just a slight difference.
Mm-hmm.
And again, things would be different.
And again, we're not talking about whether or not that would have been good enough in the postseason. It wouldn't have been.
No, we know the answer to that.
We know the answer to that. We thought that was going to be the biggest problem. Was these guys elevating their game or actually the front office making a move to get an ace at the deadline? That was the biggest question. But because Miles Michaelis has pitched anywhere from a number 2 to a number 10, then
I don't think you can have 10 guys in your rotation.
I almost went another route and I didn't want to.
Oh, what route was that?
Little leaguer. Oh, that's not fair to the little leaguers.
Oh my!
I know. So I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to say it. You made me, Jamie.
I didn't.
You made me say it.
I can't make you do anything, Anthony.
Very true.
Well,
but Miles Michaelis has not pitched consistently. Adam Wainwright, unfortunately, hasn't even pitched like a number 5 on most occasions, especially over his last 3 starts. There have been times where he's given you like, all right, will you just take that from a number 5? Yeah.
It's a rough season.
It has been a rough season, yes. Flaherty has been...
You've had some really great moments and some average moments. That's the problem.
If these guys just pitched at a number 3 level, they'd be fine. But Steven Matz is going to be back in this rotation. In fact, I don't think he leaves the rotation.
After that, how can you take him out after that start?
Well, you're going to have spots open, too.
But never mind that. Even with spots...
You never mind that.
Never mind you. Even with spots becoming available, Steven Matz, following that performance, You have to give him another start. Let's see how far he can go here.
Right.
Let's see how good he can be or how bad he can be. But when you put a guy back into your rotation from the bullpen and he performs as good as he did yesterday, you have to see what it's going to look like the next time.
If I was going to ask you a question a hypothetical question that's probably not fair, but I'll just throw it out there. And
Go ahead, Anthony. Be unfair to me. Let's go.
I was going to ask you, if the Cardinals trade Montgomery and Flaherty, what's your rotation looking like? Provided everybody's healthy.
What are they getting back, though? If we're doing hypotheticals, exactly. Are they getting pitching back?
That's why it wasn't fair.
Yeah.
No,
they're going to get. It's just a bad question. Yeah, I mean,
there's no such thing as bad questions.
Well,
just bad people.
That was a bad question. Since you didn't really have an answer.
That's why I stopped myself.
I know.
Again, I didn't want to go through with it.
This is just shocking.
We got a Sports Six-Pack coming up next. 314-399-9646 is the Air Comfort Service text line. So if you got a question, or you can leave it via our YouTube channel at 101 ESPN STL. Congratulations to Keith from Richmond Heights. He won the Cardinals Bud Bash tickets. He had the correct answer to our trivia question, which is what, and I almost call him a Hall of Famer. He's not. What
should be
elite pitcher toward the end of his career did Brad Thompson oppose when he was in independent ball? Correct answer is
the Rocket, Roger Clemens.
That's correct. Roger Clemens. He was pitching for the Bridgeport Bluefish.
You don't know that, but you like saying it.
When BT was pitching for the Somerset Patriots. Wow. I believe. Well, we'll confirm with BT. But anyways, Keith from Richmond Heights, he had the correct answer. We're giving away Cardinals Bud Bash tickets each day this week. So just stay tuned in. We'll give them away various times during the show. We'll make sure you get your Cardinals Bud Bash tickets. You want to get your hands on that bobblehead, that BT bobblehead.
Yeah, you do.
Apparently,
all those things you've ever wanted to do to BT.
Yeah.
You can do them.
At least to his bobblehead.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The bobblehead.
No, I know. Sports Six-Pack next on 101 ESPN.
Answer this question. What is the most unattractive male first name in the English language?
Keith.
If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, or if you're remodeling your bathroom, and maybe you don't really know who to turn to, well, let me tell you. Head over to E&B Granite. They are fantastic at what they do. Located down at 6135 Manchester Avenue. And first of all, let them know that I sent you. They love hearing that, and they're going to take great care of you. But the best part about the facility is you have the showroom on one side, to where when you walk in, they've got a whole bunch of things set up. Their sales representative is going to help you from start to finish and make sure you get exactly what you're looking for. But the part that I love is they have all the countertops in the back in the warehouse. So some places give you a little sample size that you can't really get an idea as to what it's going to look like. E&B Granite has you covered. They've got everything from granite, quartz, marble, even soapstone in the back, and you go look at it. You pick it out. Then the process is simple. They get in, they measure things, they rip out all the old stuff, and then they put in the new stuff, and they tell you how to take care of it so that you're completely satisfied with your countertop for, well, forever, for that matter. So please give them a call at 314-645-9300. That's 314-645-9300, or you can visit them at enbgranite.com.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cards take 2 of 3 against the White Sox this weekend. They win by a final score of 4-3 yesterday. It is time for the All-Star break, which means the Home Run Derby and All-Star game will be coming to you, and you can catch all the coverage right here on 101 ESPN. Tonight, the Home Run Derby starting at 7. This is what the field looks like. Luis Robert taking on Adley Rutschman. Adolis Garcia going up against Randy Arozarena. Mookie Betts against Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Pete Alonso taking on the reigning champ Julio Rodriguez. Once again, Home Run Derby coming your way right here on 101 ESPN starting at 7. A big win for City SC, a 1-0 victory over Toronto. They'll take on LAFC Wednesday, 9:30 start time. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
You heard the big voice. Time for the Sports Six-Pack here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Here's Andrew Marsh with your questions via the Air Comfort Service text line.
Question number 1.
From the 815, what is the worst-case scenario if the Cardinals are not sellers at the deadline?
You're looking at it just on repeat next year in some way, shape, or form. You don't get anything in return for Jordan Montgomery. You don't maximize the value that a Jordan Hicks could provide you at the deadline. You don't maximize the value that Jack Flaherty could give you at the deadline. And you're looking at the same or similar roster a year from now, just with maybe a couple of different names with your rotation.
You're looking at some compensation picks, though, right?
Go to hell, Jamie. I don't want to hear about your compensation picks.
It was a question, Anthony. You can go to hell. Yeah, worst case scenario is that it's rinse repeat, like Anthony said. You're such a jerk. Take that shirt off. You don't deserve it.
No, I got this for opening up the clear camp.
Yeah.
It's a Synergy Hockey.
Take it off. You don't deserve it.
It's fine. I got a bunch at home. Thanks, Jamie. I got a
Bring
white,
them all with you to the office
I got
tomorrow.
white. I got blue. A couple of grays. Love them. I got another black, different material.
Yeah. You don't deserve it.
When is that clear camp opening?
July 2035.
that late?
Yeah, we want to make sure it's perfect.
At least, hey, we got a date. We got
That's
a date.
true.
We got
Good
a date.
call.
Yep.
How funny would that be? Jamie's still running that puppy in 12 years, and I show up full gear. All right.
Who is this guy?
This is what she said. Jamie, let's clear it.
Better reinforce the glass. It's a clear camp.
Sorry, we already booked the ice time.
Yeah. Better luck next year. Sorry, folks. Park's closed.
Yeah.
Moose outside. Should have told you.
Go ahead, Marsh.
Question number 2.
Guess we'll just have to make tape-to-tape passes.
Imagine
From the 314, why do you want the Cardinals to sell? What makes you think they can develop young pitching?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Well, look around the league.
How's he going to get pitching?
Their pitchers are all around you.
Yeah.
Except on your team.
How are you going to get pitching if you don't acquire it?
Well, you got to develop it.
Exactly.
Draft and develop.
You draft, you develop,
Yeah.
you acquire it in trades.
You pick them in the first round. You know, that's what you make sure of. One thing you have an abundance of right now is outfielders.
Not like that kid that they took from Arizona.
You don't.
You see that swing?
I did see the swing.
It's incredible.
It's great.
Hopefully you can pitch too.
He better be Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm sure you're thinking, well, you got to sign these guys. You got to sign these guys. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'll say it again. it's free agency. There's no guarantee that you're going to be able to sign these guys.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to pay a lot of money. Yeah. The Yankees are willing to pay a lot of money. The Dodgers are willing to pay a lot of money. The Phillies are willing to pay a lot of money. Who am I missing? The Mets are willing to pay a lot of money. Dude, this whole front office had sticker shock a year ago. They were blown away by the amount of money these guys were getting in free agency. Couldn't believe it. So they sat on their hands. You think anything's going to change from that standpoint? So I understand they can't develop these guys. Okay, figure it out then. Because throwing a bunch of money out in free agency isn't the answer either. I mean, I think they should do both.
Yeah.
But what in their history has suggested that they're going to be good in free agency? You like Steven Matz outside of yesterday? Did you like the Mike Leake era?
Jamie thought he was really good.
I thought he was fine yesterday.
He was. He had 9 strikeouts.
That's why we signed him for yesterday's game.
Well, hopefully we signed him for a few more than just one game. So far, 1 and counting.
The guy that opposed Matz yesterday, I hope that Cardinals...
Oh, I'm out on that guy. You see how bad he was?
Yeah, he only went 7.
Gave up some crucial runs, Anthony.
He did. That guy stinks. Not up in here. No, I hope they make a run at Lucas Giolito.
If you think about it, really nothing is guaranteed. Free agent isn't guaranteed. Prospects aren't guaranteed.
You're right.
Your best player could walk down the road and snap his ankle. What's up?
I can put a guarantee on that box if you like, Andrew, but...
Yeah. But all you have is...
You've done it before.
Sticking your head in a T-bone.
What'd you say about him?
Wait.
What?
It's got to be your bull.
What? I forget now.
What a great movie.
What is that? You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up the cow's rear end?
Yeah.
Rather take the butcher's word for it.
Yeah. I love it. I love when he goes on that rant and he goes at the end, he's like... And before you know it, your daughter's knocked up and all your change is off the dresser. I've seen it 100 times.
My favorite part is, you were there. Forget the whole sequence.
I lost my virginity to your daughter. Chuck, you were there.
That's such a great part.
Oh, man. That movie and Black Sheep.
Oh, man.
Great quotable films.
Anyways, okay, go ahead.
Question number 3.
From the 636, would you rather take a puck to the face or a baseball to the groin?
Puck to the face.
I've taken several pucks to the face.
Yeah.
I have not taken a baseball to the groin.
Nah. Am I wearing a cup or no?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that.
I mean, it still hurts. But
yeah, I've taken slap shot in the cup before, and it doesn't feel like there's a cup there.
I have taken a baseball I've taken some ground balls to the old fruit basket.
How'd it feel?
Not great, Jamie.
No.
Even with the cup on.
Yeah, I think I'll take the slap shot in the face. I feel like my face will recover, where that might not recover. Yeah, we can't have that.
I took a line drive in the face in high school pitching.
Did they not give you a glove?
Yes. The guy smashed it.
That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
I didn't drop.
I can't believe the pitchers don't get dinged more often, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's like
scary.
Little league, is one thing. Like you get a comeback, and it's not coming off the bat at 105 miles an hour. Those pitchers, man, that's not a long distance where someone just hits that thing. Oh my.
Yeah. And honestly, they're already in a spot. They've extended.
I can't believe more pitchers don't get dinged.
Yeah.
You remember those hats? Those hats they had on?
Yeah.
They looked like Mario hats.
What they call it? The Gazoo.
Yeah, the Great Gazoo.
The Great Gazoo.
That's what they called it?
Yeah, the Gazoo helmet.
They were kind of goofy looking.
They were.
Kind of goofy looking? They were absolutely 100% goofy looking.
But they protected those guys' melons.
I thought
the two guys that wore them.
I thought more along the lines of, like when my daughter played softball, the pitcher has to wear a mask, like a little mask. Yeah. I'm surprised some baseball players, like pitchers, haven't gone to that. I know it looks probably silly and whatnot, but if they all had to wear it, just get used to it. But you take one on the face, I don't know.
You put like a hockey helmet on.
Here,
nice visor.
Here I am talking about that, and I never wore a visor in my career.
Look at you.
I know. Look at this beautiful face. Look, you can see it on YouTube.
As you're talking about your nose making you swim in different directions.
Yeah, my nose goes around the corner first before I do.
Question number 4.
Corners.
From the 636, how does Craig Berube pair his defenseman when he has both Krug and Perunovich on the roster?
Yeah, it's a good question. It really is. I honestly never thought you'd see this roster with both of them in the lineup, just because they're a clone of each other, and both, like, as far as stylistically the way they play, and also their physical stature. I think they're both in and around the same size, height, weight. Torrey Krug probably a little sturdier on his feet. I think he's a little bit bigger. Mm-hmm. He certainly has huge legs. But yeah, I think the only way you see it is if you get a good third pairing and Perunovich plays in the third pairing.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. We'll see how it works. It's going to be an interesting situation.
Question number 5.
Guys, according to Tim Bontemps, this is from ESPN, the Spurs are shutting down Victor Wembanyama for the rest of the Summer League.
Thanks a lot, Brittany.
What did you guys think of his first couple of appearances in the Summer League?
He's fine.
I still think
he looks like a top prospect, you know?
I still worry that he's going to get dominated physically by some of these guys. I know the game has changed. It's not like back.
You don't touch anybody now.
But he still has to be able to get inside at some point.
Nah.
I don't know. He's very skinny.
The 90s he did. The 90s he wouldn't have been.
He's very skinny.
Yeah. Back in our day, Jamie.
Back in our day.
You had to go into the paint.
I just imagine him playing against Shaq.
No.
Like, my gosh.
No.
Did you
there's still some guys, like Jimmy Butler's a big, physical dude. They've got this team still have some guys, and he's a talented player. I when I see a guy that's that physically slender or skinny in a league full of giant men, I just wonder how that's going to translate. That's my only thought.
Britney Spears has all these Britney fans watching Summer League NBA games just because of this guy who literally did nothing. It was just a security guard, but they all don't like him now.
Well, yeah.
And they're saying, oh, this guy's a bust. You know, he had put up, 9 points on Friday. He had a better outing.
Don't take off the spear bots, you know?
Have you seen that new Las Vegas Sphere?
Yeah, the orb.
Yeah.
That thing is incredible. When they had it as a basketball, it was just kind of rotating. Cool. Then they had it as a big eyeball, and it was blink every so often.
Didn't they do the American flag too?
The American flag. They've done a whole bunch of things. They had it. It was the Death Star one day from Star Wars.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know what the purpose of this thing is. I have no idea.
Just look cool.
It looks pretty damn cool.
I think there's seats inside. You can have concerts and all that.
I mean,
fun stuff.
Who is it that
the orb?
Who made it?
Elon Musk.
No, it wasn't him.
Bezos.
No, I don't know why it's eluding me right now, but there's a company that made it. Oh, it's
Adidas.
No, it was MSG. MSG.
You got to be careful.
Garden.
You can't put too much MSG on your food.
You got to be very careful with that for sure.
All right, it's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Do we have one more?
We got one more question.
Does this complete the six-pack?
It would complete the six-pack.
Well, we got to do it then.
Let's go.
Question number 6.
From the 618, would you put Wilson Contreras in the outfield and Ivan Herrera at catcher? I think Contreras played there during his time with the Cubs.
I think we'll get into this a little bit later on. I think that any infielder that you can convert into an outfielder is the best route
Anthony,
in Major League Baseball.
The snark on your voice.
Did you know I was going that route?
Yeah. Well, not initially, but then as soon as you said, I was like, oh, here he goes.
Like, what part?
I honestly a second and a half into your answer.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. As soon as you said
when
convert,
you opened your mouth.
Yeah. You knew it was going to be snark.
Oof.
Okay. How instrumental has our guy Roman Burki been to City SC's success? I would say a lot. Yeah. Is it fair to say that City goes as far as Roman Burki takes them? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN.
Jackson again. He's on his left, and he scores his first goal in Major League Soccer. And St. Louis take the lead. And Beamer
Apple TV on the call the other night as the St. Louis City SC Soccer Club hands Toronto FC, Jamie's team, a 1-0 loss.
Yeah, they're not my team.
Roman Burki with a clean sheet, Jamie.
It was an unbelievable performance, but is it just me, or do I feel like when I'm watching soccer at any point, any level, like I want my announcer to sound like that guy? That English voice.
Yeah, I could see that.
Pass of his first goal. What a beauty that was. I like that.
What about this guy?
Vargas in the area, still with it on the right side, stepping over, sending it back for Lindsay. Lindsay sends it back into the area for Swiderski. One touch, he scores!
Oh.
Another one for Swiderski! And that one was more impressive than the first!
Was he trying to sound like the,
Look over here.
the mixer?
Seriously, that was Mickey Mouse.
What happened there?
I don't know how he went so high there. Anyways, yeah. So, Anthony, what was your question?
Clean sheet for Burki over the weekend. And I think it's fair to say that, and I'm not knocking any other element for City SC, but they'll go as far as Roman Burki takes them. I mean, we had this conversation last week, and it was just further illustrated over the weekend. When everybody's healthy, I like their defensive structure, and we spend a lot of time talking about the way that they are aggressive and physical with opponents when they're backed up. They love to generate scoring opportunities based off of that, aggressive style of defense. But Burki's the key. Burki's been their best player. He's been their most consistent player. It's very rare that he has off moments, let alone off nights. This is the goaltender that gets hot in hockey and completely changes the fortunes of a team. Burki is that good, that talented, and I can't wait to watch this guy when the lights get really bright.
So, Anthony, how many saves do you think Roman Burki has this season? Ballpark.
How many games? Where are they at now?
23? Let me see here. Trying to find it. Just had it here. Why I can't St. Louis. 21 games, it looks like.
21 games.
Yeah.
And you asked me how many saves has he made. I'll say, let me do some quick math here.
Oh, boy. Here we go. There's no such thing for you as quick math.
Good call. 21 games, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I think he has 168 saves.
Well, that's a big number. He doesn't quite have that, but he could. If they had that many shots on him, he could.
That's true. I'm not even thinking. I'm thinking of shots.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have that many shots against either.
Son of a bitch.
But he has 82 saves on the season.
Guy stinks.
Yeah, he's second in the league. There's one goaltender that has 83 saves, but his goals against is higher than Roman Burki.
What's the shots attempt at him?
105.
I was thinking 8. I was actually thinking 8 shots a game.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's high. Even for St. Louis City SC. But my point is that
I was high when I put that number
probably were. Panama Red. Anyways, Roman Burki is the key to a lot of their success. Some games are giving up 8, 9, 10 shots in a game, which is a lot, by the way. And Roman Burki is there to answer for all of those things. He's got 24 goals against, he's got a 1.14 goals against average, 105 shots, 82 saves. His save percentage is 800, like 80%, which I believe that could be the highest in the MLS. No, he's second in save percentage. So, yes, Roman Burki is maybe not the only key, but he is the biggest key to St. Louis City SC's success for the rest of the season and then postseason.
I think the thing that's second is health, whether or not they're going to make it to the postseason and be a full unit.
He cannot get injured.
Oh, no, if he gets injured.
He gets a lot of action, and he's a real intense player. Like, oof.
I was talking more about, Klaus and Edward Leuven being healthy.
Klaus is back on the training pitch, so that's good news.
He's wearing his boots?
What do you mean?
He's wearing his boots on the training pitch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. What boots are you talking about?
They call them boots.
Who?
Soccer players. They're not cleats, they're boots.
They call them boots?
Yeah, like the golden boot.
Well, that I know they call. Yeah, I guess so.
The boots.
All right. I never really. Okay.
They wear their boots on the pitch to play football.
All right. Well, yeah, he's got his boots on the training field, and hopefully he's back sooner than later because he was a runaway guy for this team as their top goal scorer.
Mm-hmm.
You add him in there with some of the other guys who've emerged recently. Hopefully you get Leuven back as well. To me, I believe that, City SC has 3 or 4 guys that are huge in their success. Klaus, Leuven, Kyle Hebert, one of our guys. I think, Giacchini is another guy. Maybe, and Parker. Timmy Parker is also. So 5 guys, along with Roman Burki, they lean heavily upon those guys. The problem is they're missing a couple of their top players on the pitch that are not the goalie, but they're still not just treading water, they're still winning. The keeper, the goalkeeper. They're winning still.
We'll get you there, Jamie. It's Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. The Gauntlet is next.
Shut up. Real estate market is crazy. It's all over the place right now, as I'm sure you're well aware of that. And in a market that's trending all over the place, you can't just trust anybody to sell your home. You have to trust the best. And the best is Gloria Liu with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Gloria already has the buyers. What does that mean? Well, it means she has a database with thousands of ready buyers, and these buyers will create a higher demand for your home, maybe multiple offers. At the end of the day, more money for you. Gloria has also mastered the home selling process. She has several options available, including one called Guaranteed Sales. What that is Gloria will sit down with you and figure out a listing price for your home. You guys will agree upon it, and she'll sell your home for the agreed upon price, or she buys it herself, and she guarantees you that in handwriting. So there's no reason to wait one more second. Give Gloria Liu a call. Tell her Jamie Rivers sent you in. That number is 314-325-6888. That's 314-325-6888, or visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Conditions do apply. Gloria and the seller must agree on the price and possession date.
4:02, your time check is brought to you by Collection Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Time for the Gauntlet in the fast lane with Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. We welcome in Mike. What's up, Mike?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. First time in the Gauntlet?
First time in 2.0. I lost to Marshy like 6 months ago.
Okay. So is this a revenge spot for you today? Are you taking on Jamie or myself?
I want Marshy again.
Okay. So it is a revenge spot.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Marsh, you got the launch codes for us? Thank you, sir. And Mike. Hey, Mike, can you turn down the radio?
Got it.
There we go. Getting some bleed. Thank you. All right. Tell Marsh to spin the wheel, and then Marsh will go into the cone of silence.
All right. Spin that wheel.
All right. Here we go. Marsh is ready to go.
Spin the wheel, Marshy.
Come on, Marshy. All right, now get out of here. Get out of here.
Seriously.
Mike, what are you hoping for?
Anything but football.
Oh, boy.
Well, you're not going to like us very much.
I looked over, and normally there's like a little bit of no, this was dead nuts football.
Right in the
roasted peanuts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
D's.
Okay.
All right. Anthony's breaking out the questions here from our good buddy Grant Francis.
Yep.
And Anthony literally just ripped the questions in half.
I mean, that's a perfect rip.
How can you even do that?
I should have gave you those.
Somebody's been working out.
Here we go.
Show off.
All right. Mike, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if I can read these.
Here.
What number has What number has DeAndre Hopkins worn for his entire NFL career? What number has DeAndre Hopkins worn for his entire NFL career? I can't believe I did this.
You're such a donkey.
I'll take the options.
10, 20, or 50?
10. Final answer.
All right, question number 2. The last time an NFL playoff game went to overtime was in the 2022 playoffs in the conference championship round. Who won that game?
Options.
Was it San Francisco 49ers, the Cincinnati Bengals, or the Kansas City Chiefs?
Let's go Bengals. Final answer.
All right, question number 3, Mike. Who was the first team to defeat the Alabama Crimson Tide last season by a score of 52-49? Who beat Alabama last year, 52-49?
I'll just guess and say Georgia. Final answer.
All right, Mike, we are here. Final question. The top 3 players with the most fantasy points in the NFL last season were quarterbacks. Outside of quarterbacks, which player put up the most fantasy points last season with 372.2?
I'll take the options again.
All right, was it Austin Eckler, Justin Jefferson, or Christian McCaffrey?
I was thinking Jefferson, so I'm going to go with him. Final answer.
All right.
All right, we'll bring back Marsh. I don't know if you can see us.
Yeah, he can see us.
How you feeling, Mike?
Not the best.
Okay. Well, we'll see what Marsh has got today.
See if Marshy's preparation is where it needs to be.
Yeah.
It's been lacking recently.
Certainly. All right, Marsh, you ready to go?
Let's do it.
Your category today is football.
Interesting. Okay.
Have you gotten football yet?
Yeah, I've gotten football. I think it's been a while, though.
Marshy's pretty good at football.
Marsh is good at all things.
He is a very talented young man.
Certainly is. All right, you ready?
Let's do it.
Question 1, Marsh. What number has DeAndre Hopkins worn for his entire NFL career? What number has DeAndre Hopkins worn for his entire NFL career?
Oh, wow. Why am I blanking on this? It's not in the 80s. Starts with a 1, I think. Wow, is it? I'm gonna have to. I'm blanking on this. I'm gonna have to. There's a 6 in it. I know. I'm going to use the options.
All right. Is it 10, 16, or 11?
I'm trying to visualize what number. 16. Man. What was the first one?
10.
Oh, it's 10. It's 10. It just popped in my head. It's 10.
Final answer?
Final answer.
All right.
Oof. We got there. All right, question 2. Andrew?
Don't crap on the process.
No, it's all right.
I'm not. Yeah. I think you're doing great.
Question 2, guys. The last time an NFL playoff game went to overtime was in the 2022 playoffs in the conference championship round. Who won that game?
That was the 2022. That would have been the Bengals and the Chiefs game, and that's when Evan McPherson hit a... Or was that was that in overtime? Can you repeat the question?
I sure can. The last time an NFL playoff game went to overtime was in 2022 in the conference championship round. Who won that game?
Okay, so that would have been either the Bengals against the Chiefs or the Rams. Who the hell did the Rams play? Oh my gosh. I'm going to go with, it's either the Rams or the Bengals. I don't think that Bengals game went to overtime, though. So I'm going to go with the Rams. Final answer.
All right, Marsh, question number 3. Who was the first team to defeat the Alabama Crimson Tide last season by the score of 52-49?
That would be the Tennessee Volunteers.
Tennessee.
Final answer.
Tennessee. All right, Andrew, last question.
I'm still caught up on that.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you focused?
Yeah.
Okay, last question. The top 3 players with the most fantasy points in the NFL last season were quarterbacks. Outside of quarterbacks, which player put up the most fantasy points last season with 372.2?
Wow.
I know.
All right. You said outside of quarterbacks?
Yes.
Jeez. It's got to be probably a wide receiver based on PPR, if this is what we're talking about.
We are.
Damn, I mean, I'm just going to have to use the options.
All right. Was it Austin Eckler, Justin Jefferson, or Christian McCaffrey?
Austin Eckler had a really good season. Christian McCaffrey always puts up good numbers when he's healthy. Justin Jefferson had a really good year, but there were some weeks where he didn't score points. I mean, he scored points, but he didn't have like a huge game. I'm going to go with, just for the sheer fact that Christian McCaffrey, they just give him the ball. He'll put up like 15 points in like one half. I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey. Final answer. That doesn't sound right though, but whatever.
All right.
Well, it's final answer.
Marsh.
I don't feel good.
Marshy.
Yeah.
Let's go over these.
Yeah, of course.
By the way, look at Anthony's paper. This numbnut somehow, when he tried to rip the pages apart at the staple, ripped his sheet in half straight down the middle. Like perfect.
Nice.
All right, here we go. Mike versus Marsh.
I don't like this.
Question number 1. What number has DeAndre Hopkins worn for the entirety of his NFL career? Mike, you went with 10. Marsh, you went with 10. Correct answer is...
It's 10.
Both of you have needed the options on that one. 1-1 tie.
Anthony, by the way, that was dirty pool.
Yeah, it was.
So the options, Marshy, the true options.
There was no 16, was there?
No, there wasn't. It was 10, 20, or 50, and Anthony
10, 20, or 50?
Mm-hmm. He scumbagged you because you said there's a 6, there's a 1.
First of all,
I shouldn't be talking like that.
I've never in my life seen a wide receiver with the number 20 or 50.
I didn't do it for Mike. I read off the options for Mike.
Yeah, you did it fine for
Mike.
Mike.
But for you, I wasn't going to give you 10, 20, or 50 as an option.
I feel like, whatever.
Go ahead with your ripped up paper.
All right, so 1-1 tie between Mike and Marsh.
Mine, by the way.
No. The last time an NFL playoff game went to overtime was in the 2022 playoffs in the conference championship round. Who won that game? Mike, with the options, you went with the Bengals.
Did that game go to overtime?
Marsh, with the options, without the options, you said the Rams. Correct answer is...
Joe Cool, Cincinnati Bengals.
It was the Bengals. So Mike has got a 2-1 lead.
Unbelievable. I even said what happened and then went against it.
You did.
I thought he hit that before
Really
overtime.
staltered that one. Ish.
Who was the first team to defeat the Alabama Crimson Tide last season by the score of 52-49? Mike, without the options, you said Georgia. Marsh, without the options, you said Tennessee. Correct answer is...
Tennessee.
Marsh didn't need the options on that one, which gives him 3 points to Mike's 2. 3-2. Comes down to this. The top 3 players with the most fantasy points in the NFL last season were quarterbacks. Outside of quarterbacks, which player put up the most fantasy points last season with 372.2? Mike, with the options, you said Justin Jefferson. Marsh, you said it had to be a receiver. Then you went with a running back. Christian McCaffrey.
It's totally Justin Jefferson, isn't it?
If it's Justin Jefferson, we've got a walk-off. If it's Christian McCaffrey, Marsh is going to win today. Correct answer is...
Austin Eckler.
Mike.
Ooh.
You have chosen poorly.
You lose.
Not today.
He got you 3-2. He won it on that Tennessee question, Mike. Sorry, man.
No, it's all good.
Thanks for playing. Thanks for listening.
No problem. We'll see you guys.
All right.
Good job.
We'll see ya.
Yep, see ya.
How you feel, Marsh?
I feel awful right now. That was really stressful. I don't feel good about the win. I really don't. But
You
a win is
like
a win.
You look like you don't feel good.
I look like I went through it.
You did, yeah. You were battling yourself that entire. Yeah, but the one that you got right off the top of your head, Tennessee.
I knew that. That was the Hendon Hooker game.
Yep,
and that's when we were all like, "Wow, Tennessee,
yeah,
great!" And then he got injured, and then they sucked.
That's correct. That is correct. I think they were number 1 after that.
They were. Yeah,
they may have been the first team to. I think they were the first number 1 when they released the playoffs. The playoff.
They were.
The CFP rankings.
Anthony, is it too early for compliments and criticisms?
No, I don't think it ever is.
All right, this one I don't really know what to make of it. If it's advice or a criticism, from the 913. Where's that?
North Carolina.
Oh, Carolina. I don't think so. I think it's Kennebunkport, Maine. Either way. Says, hello. Love listening to you guys every day.
Kansas, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's just one tendency of the hosts of the fast lane that rub me the wrong way. And that is the use of reflective pronouns when the subject and object of the verb are different. They've already lost me at this point. But we're going to continue here. Reflective pronouns ending in self, should only be used when the subject and object of the sentence are the same. Example, I did it myself. Therefore, when you host the Gauntlet, it should be, do you want to take on Jamie, Marsh, or me today? The use of myself in this sense while appearing formal is actually incorrect. Like I have no idea whether they're right or wrong.
I'm going to take them for the word.
I'm going to take them.
I mean, they listen every day, so thank you for that. And I ain't mad.
No, it wouldn't be I.
No, yeah, you're right.
It'd be me.
But Anthony, we say a lot of things that are wrong on this show. Like I just said, I ain't mad. Like that's not proper.
No. We'll get it right.
Well, then here's another question. Do you start because let's just say I'm role playing as Anthony right now, right?
Oh, sorry about that.
So if I go, do you want to take on Jamie, Marsh, or me? See, that also sounds a little weird. Wouldn't I say, would you like to take on me, Jamie, or Marsh? Right? That sounds a lot better.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to say yourself first every time. You're supposed to be like, no, you're not. It's supposed to be like if I'm going to, let's say, the bank.
Yeah.
I can't say me and Anthony are going to the bank.
No, you
You're
say
supposed to
Anthony and myself. Anthony and I, yeah.
You don't say myself.
No, you're right. Now you got me confused. No, but I think that's a different thing, though.
I got the answer, guys.
What's that?
We're canceling the Gauntlet. That's it. We're getting rid of the Gauntlet.
Not a bad idea.
What?
If you want, if you're upset with it, blame Kansas.
No, stop. They listen every day,
That's it.
Anthony. They're just trying to help you. They saw you rip your page in half like a buffoon,
We're out.
and they realized at that point you need help.
Jamie?
Lots of it.
Jamie, last week you said, and I quote, we're getting rid of soccer talk. Now we snuck in one more.
Say that.
So we're getting rid of soccer talk,
remember that,
and we're getting rid of the Gauntlet. You can thank
Unbelievable.
you can thank the text line, and you can thank Kansas for both of those. Yeah. Will we see any staff changes at the break? That's next on 101 ESPN.
Here.
So I know a lot of fans, Cardinals fans, and also some of the media have talked about how Mike Matheny was fired a couple of years ago at the All-Star break. I think he was fired the day before the last game of the season, and that's when Mike Schill took over. Well, the people that have mentioned that have talked about the comments that Bill DeWitt made and how it wasn't acceptable in this market to have a losing team or a team right around 500, and they've said, okay, well, now what? Do you think that they make any sort of staff changes? The Yankees just fired their hitting coach. Do you think the Cardinals follow suit with any sort of staff changes?
So
I don't.
That Yankees firing, that seems like it's a weird situation. Everybody's acting like, I don't know, like they're like, Cashman has never fired anybody mid-season. Like, what the hell did this guy do? Like, I feel like there's something more happened here.
He heard Aaron Judge.
Or, like, maybe he was, like, I don't know, his behavior or his conduct. I'm just throwing things. It's just weird that would be the one guy that you decide, like, now I'm going to fire a guy.
Right.
Anyways, that's the Yankees. I don't really care. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Mr. Stalter. Your dad.
Yeah,
he's a
huge Yankees fan.
I know.
Yep.
And I apologize.
And he just completely crapped in his Cheerios.
I did, but at the same time, I was 100% honest because I really don't care about the Yankees.
That's fair.
So, as far as the Cardinals are concerned with their staffing, I don't see any changes. Not now. Maybe following the season. Mm-hmm. Mostly because I just don't know how much it could change. Because from an organizational standpoint, if you're talking about the hitting coach, your philosophy is roughly the same as it was under Jeff Albert. Mm-hmm. So you parted ways with Jeff Albert, or he left, or whatever the hell happened. It doesn't matter to me. But you haven't revamped everything. And I feel like if you did bring somebody new in, like, ultimately what changes? You're not going back to see ball, hit ball. You're not. You're just not. I mean, nobody in the league is doing that. Mm-hmm. Can you trust your instincts a little more? Can the language used to explain certain things be different? Of course. You can always have a different voice with a different way of communicating the information. But then from an organizational standpoint, you can't revamp the whole thing. They've spent a lot of money putting all of this stuff in place.
Yeah.
So, and as far as, like, let's say it's Dusty Blake, you're about to trade a bunch of pitchers anyways, and you're like, is now the time? Mm-hmm. Like,
Did you give him enough too? Because that would be my question.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
and you can ask the same thing to Ollie Marmol. I know a lot of Cardinals fans want to see Ollie go. Okay. Is this a good team? Did you give him a good team? Because if you fire Ollie, in part, I'm not saying the two things can't be mutually exclusive, but if you fire Ollie, in part, you're saying that the players are fine. You've got a good team. He wasn't getting the most out of them. Again, both things can be true. Mm-hmm. But I don't think this is a good team.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying, especially in the scenario of Dusty Blake, to where, you know, the pitchers just weren't executing at all at the start of the season, and they've been inconsistent all over the place. And you say, well, maybe he's the problem. I mean, maybe, but when you call for a slider down and away, and the catcher lines up down and away, and you pitch that thing right down the middle of the strike zone, and you get rocked, I don't know if it's the pitching coach's fault.
It's a you problem.
You know, and we had Izzy on here, Jason Isringhausen, last week, and he said that at the end of the day, it boils down to the pitcher. He's the last stop, meaning he's got to make the pitch. Yep. Doesn't matter what you call, where you ask for it, he's got to make the pitch. And if he doesn't make the pitch, then this is why you end up with, you know, crooked numbers up there for the opposition. So philosophically, are you really going to change everything mid-season if you go with a different pitching coach? Like, I just don't know. Yeah. I feel like baseball in some ways is a lot like football, to where you almost have to wait till the off season to make changes because there's a lot of things that go into making a change.
The only way the Cardinals make a move like that would be if they're going to bring in Joe Madden, and they're not going to do that.
So the manager would be the only move you make. I agree.
And I mean, right now, you've talked to Joe Madden. He wants to be here. You want him here, and then you make that move and you do it quickly. Other than that, you could replace Ollie with Stubby Clapp. You could go that route. I just don't. I don't think the Cardinals. I don't think the Cardinals are gonna make any moves at the All-Star break. I don't think that. I realize what DeWitt said. You're also talking about a manager in Mike Matheny that things just got steadily worse. We're in year what 2 for Ollie?
Yeah.
I know things have been terrible. I know that you set that standard, but it's still not comparing apples to apples. Unless you're going to bring in a veteran manager, which Mo's not going to do, that I don't see any changes coming.
So why
with
would
this
Mo
staff.
not do that?
Because Mo wants,
he wants control.
Yeah. I'm doing the puppet.
Well, then, from an honestly, then if you're an organization, you're looking at that, like maybe you got to fire Mo. Like I'm being honest. I know you just gave him a contract extension, but if the team is underperforming in several areas and he's the guy that's the puppet master, then why are you looking at Ollie?
I think that
like he's the fall guy for it. But if I'm the owner of the team, and I know how this is all working, or and I see Ollie that's like, struggling to stay above the water, and he's not getting help, or they just keep going with the same stuff, and I'm not firing Ollie. I'm firing the guy who put it all in place.
Yeah, but he's got a fall guy, so. Gersh, you got it.
Gersh would probably be the fall guy. Yeah.
Fix the problem.
Don't you think not having...
I think is unfair, too. Michael Gersh is the guy that gets no credit for anything that really happens in a positive way, yet when things go sideways, everybody's like, well, where the hell's Gersh? What does he do?
I don't even think people are saying that.
That guy's not real! Like the lady on the plane.
I think that's more... That's more. Jamie,
I saw that.
Jamie, you're.
I'm frustrated right now.
Jamie, you're right, but I think the problem starts all the way at the top. How many times are we going to complain about the Cardinals not opening up? Mo's not signing the right guys, which he hasn't. But at what point do you give your president of baseball operations more spending power?
Well, I'm sure more payroll would be fine, but selecting the right people to pay the money to would be a better idea.
I'm with you.
And I think that the DeWitts haven't had a reason to fire Mo. They haven't. Business-wise, the business model of being competitive every year and just getting in the playoffs has made them a lot of money. So until you get hit in the bank account, you don't necessarily have a reason to change. I think they're probably seriously evaluating everything from top to bottom at this point. When the team underperforming as bad as they are, this is the first time under John Mozeliak's tenure where they kind of have to look at him as well as other options. So if the DeWitts are going to go and fire a manager again or a hitting coach or this or that, at some point you got to go, wait a minute. What's the one thing that has been constant that now looks like has no idea what he's doing? I don't know. That's what I would start looking. No.
Fred Bird.
Yeah.
We already got rid of Fred Bird.
And we tried.
I'll do it again, too.
All right, it's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Are the Blues built to compete this season? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN.
If you're looking to buy a brand new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, head over to Johnny Londoff Chevrolet. They are the best in the business. They've been in business for over 80 years. I have personally been a customer for over 20 years, and I'm a family friend for life. And I can tell you this, that the Londoff Group wants to make you part of the family, the Londoff family, and get over there and buy a vehicle. They want to take care of you. It used to be stressful to go to a car lot and you got to haggle for price and worry about the vehicle. Not at Londoff Chevrolet. The representatives are awesome. They got 2 locations now, by the way, at the original location in Florissant, Missouri, and the brand new Londoff Autoplex, located out in St. Peters, right off of Highway 70. Walk into either location, tell them Jamie Rivers sent you. And the sales representatives are awesome. They're going to answer all your questions. Heck, they're going to find out exactly what you want out of a vehicle, and they're going to take you and show you different options. And then the process is simple. From there, you're in, you're out of there, and you are absolutely happy to be driving a Londoff Chevrolet vehicle. So please, again, get in there and visit them in person. If you can't do that, visit them online. They've got Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Johnny Londoff Chevrolet.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards take 2 of 3 against the White Sox this past weekend. They end the first half with a 4-3 victory over Chicago. We have the Home Run Derby and All-Star game to look forward to now. Tonight, the Home Run Derby. You can catch it right here on 101 ESPN. 7 o'clock coverage begins. We'll have our instant replay show from 6 to 7 beforehand. So make sure you check that out. And, of course, we will have the All-Star game as well, as that will be held tomorrow in Seattle. City SC with a 1-0 victory over Toronto. They keep their winning ways alive, and they'll take on LAFC Wednesday, 9:30 start time. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
It's a Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Marsh, I know you had a thought on the Blues and whether or not they're built to compete for next year.
Yeah, so I saw this article by Stephen Ground, part of the hockey writers, and he broke the Blues down into basically three parts of their roster. Of course, you have your forwards, your goaltending, and the defense. And we've talked about the defense multiple times, since the season ended. We even touched on them earlier today. But I wanted to go over some of the different categories, I guess, based on the good, the bad, and the ugly, except for there's no good. It's the adequate, and that's the deep forward core that the Blues have. And, I wanted to touch on that aspect as we look at the forwards and some of the new guys that Doug Armstrong brought in. One thing that I found interesting was the goaltending, which is the bad. And he cites that, Blues fans like to overlook Jordan Binnington's struggles, blaming the team's goals against woes solely on the defense, which I feel like a lot of us have. We'll defend Jordan Binnington. He said that's not the realistic picture. Me personally, I think the goaltending this upcoming year will be fine. I think Jordan Binnington will be fine. And, of course, you're adding Joel Hofer as well. And then, of course, the ugly is the defensive disaster. And I just wanted to ask you guys if you think that last year was an outlier for not only the defense, but as the team as a whole, and will things change based on the new coaching staff and the new systems that are being in place? And will this team be competitive enough to make a playoff push?
Yeah, so a lot to unpack. I think this team can be competitive to make a playoff push, to get into the playoffs. I think that we have to remember here that nowhere did Doug Armstrong say that this is going to be a Stanley Cup contender. Mm-hmm. He said, we got some work to do here. He was eyeballing this offseason, and then he also said that the following summer would be a huge one as well for the team. And I know what he's doing there. He's rebuilding, retooling this team on the fly, and then next year he gets a bigger pool of free agent money because the cap's going to go up. So smart planning by Doug Armstrong. So if we start with the goaltenders, I don't know how this guy can possibly cite the goaltending as the ugly or the bad. I don't know how you do that. Did Jordan Binnington have his greatest season ever last year? No. But I can tell you what, there's some games where without Jordan Binnington, one, he stole games for you at times, and two, some of these games would have been absolute blowouts if it wasn't for Jordan Binnington. So let's say he gave up 4 goals in a game, but the other team had 15 high danger chances. Let's isolate that. So sometimes here, what I don't like about these breakdowns is they cherry pick stats or the goals against or the save percentage. And it's like, it doesn't always tell the true story. Mm-hmm. Like, what's Jordan Binnington going to do when there's a guy that's wide open behind him with an open net and nobody's covering that player and the puck goes from one side to the other and the guy taps it in to an empty net?
And to your point, the Blues had the 6th most high danger chances against at 5-on-5.
Yeah. So I'm going to respectfully disagree with this individual. And if Jordan Binnington isn't great, you have Joel Hofer. This is reminiscent for me of Husso and Binnington, how they kind of went back and forth throughout the season, and ultimately, who did you end up with between the pipes?
Binnington.
At what point?
The playoffs.
The playoffs. And he was outstanding. He was so friggin' good that there are people out there that believe in. I'm even kind of in that category that the Blues could have upset the Colorado Avalanche had he not gotten hurt. People in the Avalanche organization that I've talked to feel that way.
McKinnon?
Nathan McKinnon? No, I'm not talking.
Stan Kroenke?
Higher than that. The guy's name is Joe Sakic. Yep. He was like, it was unfortunate for Jordan Binnington, but that guy could have maybe stole that series.
That's why we went out and got Nazem Kadri.
Yeah, we
That's
took
why
care
we
of
signed
that.
him.
So, and then the forward group, it's tough. It's tough when you're coming off a season where you lost David Perron before the season started. You had to trade Ryan O'Reilly. You traded Vladimir Tarasenko, and you traded Ivan Barbashev. You traded Noel Acciari. It's hard to fill in all the void with that. But you also picked up some good pieces in Verona, Kapanen, Sammy Blais, and now Kevin Hayes. And I don't think Army's done. I think there's a depth piece left to get. I understand you got Mackenzie McEachern, too. There's some depth there. I'm going to keep pushing for Oscar Sundqvist. But that forward group can be competitive. And especially if Thomas and Kyrou take those next steps, if they become the elite scorers and they go from 70 to 80 points to 90 or 100, that can be a difference maker. The elephant in the room, which is not really the elephant in the room, is the decor. Can they bounce back? They have to, for one thing. Are they as bad as they were last year? I don't believe that to be true. I think last year was an outlier defensively for the entire defensive core. I think that they have a lot of work to do, but I do believe that defensive core going into this season will be a lot better and will provide better defense for the Blues overall. So I think I'm leaning towards the Blues competing for a playoff spot.
Jamie Rivers, Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Katie Wu of The Athletic was on with BK and Ferrario. It's actually Alex Ferrario and Tanner this week as BK, Brandon Kiley, and his wife Kara celebrating the birth of their son Luca a couple of days ago. So BK taking some time off to be with their newborn, which is great. Congratulations to the Kiley family. But when Katie was on today with Alex and T-Bone, she said something that made me just, I was infuriated. That's next on 101 ESPN. When we went out to Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum to look at vehicles, and we had shopped before at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, we got our previous cars there, so we've always enjoyed working with them. They've got a great sales environment. We were checking out the new facility out in Herculaneum, but we wanted to find a vehicle that had a third row with us adding on to our family, and we wanted to make sure that it was a reliable vehicle, that we got great financing, and we wanted to make sure that we had peace of mind. Well, Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, as they always do, they took care of us. We got a new Nissan Pathfinder with that third row, which we love driving, and we got the financing deal that, when it came to the monthly payments, much lower than we thought we were going to get. The selection was outstanding at Auto Centers Herculaneum, and they're the home of the free lifetime nationwide warranty. So when it comes to peace of mind, finding great deals, way to finance, Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, they got to be your first stop because they will set you up properly. Tell them Stalter sent you. Again, it's Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum.
What's good, guys? So, after we've had this devastating first half of the season, I absolutely can't believe the words I heard come out of Katie Woo's mouth during BK and Ferrario. The fact the Cardinals are even possibly considering being buyers this season, it makes no sense. Like, what? You're 14 games below 500, 11 and a half games behind the Reds. What kind of evaluation is that? What are you telling the fan base?
Devin, you and I hope I'm using that right, are in lockstep. You and I are in lockstep. Let's first play what Katie Woo said. This isn't about what Katie's thoughts were, just what she's echoing about the Cardinals. So this is Katie Woo of The Athletic earlier today on BK and Ferrari, hosted by Alex Ferrario and T-Bone. This is what Katie Woo said when she was asked whether or not the Cardinals will be buyers or sellers at the deadline.
I do not think the Cardinals have fully convinced themselves that they should be sellers because of the division. And to me, that's a mistake. I'm not advocating to just give up and stop trying, but I think there is a way to salvage the rest of the season and punt on the next 2 months so they can set themselves up to contend in 2024. Look, when you look at this roster, it's clear they should not be underperforming this much. I'm not talking about the pitching necessarily, but the roster overall. They have the pieces they need to be competitive. It's just a matter of finding where they fit. And right now, there's a bunch of positional log jams. We've talked about the outfield. We talk about the middle infield. That's maybe complicating the matters a bit in terms of roster production. We know the Cardinals need pitching help, both from a rotation standpoint and from a bullpen standpoint. The Cardinals could utilize some of those pieces to get that pitching help or at least get a jump start on it. But because of the division and because it's not very competitive, even though the record does not suggest this should be feasible at all, I can still see the Cardinals trying to avoid a full sell at the trade deadline.
So I want to isolate what she said at the start and what she said at the end there. And Katie, the part in the middle is what I agree. Katie, I think we're all on the same page with this. How could you not understand where you are? Not just in the standings, but where you are as an organization right now, Jamie. How could you not understand that you got to this point by the missteps that you took in previous years? This is not an isolated season. Nothing is, for that matter. You win a World Series, it's because you were building up to it. You were putting the right pieces together. Sure, are there times where a team comes out of nowhere? Yes. But then that team winds up usually as a contender in following years. The Texas Rangers did not win in 11, but they're there in 10. It was a culmination of them putting the right pieces together. The San Francisco Giants shocked everybody in 2010 by winning it all. They were not supposed to win. They weren't supposed to make the playoffs. It was an unbelievable run. They also won it in 12 and 14 because of what they were doing beforehand. It works the opposite way, too. You don't build a successful pitching staff. You don't cultivate that talent within your farm system and then utilize that talent as opposed to trading it all to Miami. This is what happens. They've had enough missteps along the way with their pitching staff that the bottom fell out. This is not a one-off. And if they don't sell at the deadline, I think, in my opinion, Jamie, maybe you think otherwise, but in my opinion, if they don't sell at the deadline, it will be a grave mistake that there will be repercussions for years to follow. That's my prediction. Where are you guys?
Yeah. So, look, the Cardinals, even though the division is not good, which I at this point, I'd actually kind of push back on that a little bit.
Yeah, Reds are
The
9
Reds
games.
are, what, 10 games over 500?
They're 9 games above 500. The Brewers are 7 games above 500.
So the division's better than it's getting credit for right now. And if the Cardinals front office still looks at it as, well, this division's weak, we can still make a push. I mean, I think that right there is a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And to follow that up, even if you want to add at the deadline, even if you're a buyer and you think, poof, we can do this, we can make a push, you still have to be a seller. Like Doug Armstrong, and again, it's not that Army is the best GM in the league, where I use Army so that it's a comparable that everybody can kind of understand. Army was a seller. He sold off, he got rid of all of the unrestricted free agents, and he got something in return. In the meantime, though, he also was a buyer because he picked up Sammy Blais, he picked up Kasperi Kapanen, and he picked up Jacob Verana. So he did both. Now, that didn't make a difference. They weren't going to make the playoffs, but I'm talking about that model because I feel like the Cardinals can do the same thing.
I agree.
To where, you trade Montgomery, Flaherty, DeYoung, whatever you're doing, but at the same time, you can acquire pieces to help your ball club for the now and the tomorrow. I think that's the strategy the Cardinals have to have is if they get closer. At 11.5 games back, there's absolutely no question that you're just a seller. I don't even care what I get back at that point as far as a player that can help me right now. I don't care about that. If I can get back a player that helps me for this year and years to come, great. He's in the deal. I'm in. But I don't care about winning this division right now.
Right.
And understand what I'm saying. I care, but I'm not.
That's not. It can't be the objective when you're 11.5 games back.
Yeah, I'm not pushing all of my chips in the middle of the table, going, boy, I sure think this 2-9 offsuit's going to work for me here. No.
Right.
No, you're building towards next season.
Mm-hmm.
Even if a player can help you this year, the purpose of it is for next season and beyond. This pitching staff needs a lot of help. I don't even know how John Mozeliak is going to address this at the deadline. You got Adam Wainwright right now who's injured, and then on top of that, you don't know what you're going to get from Adam Wainwright this year. It's been a tough year, bottom line. That's just black and white. It's been a tough year. Steven Matz had a good game last game, but you don't know what you've got there. You're going to have to trade, in my opinion, Monty and Flaherty. So that's another 2 spots. So that's 4 pitchers now that are question marks for you. Michaelis is the only guy, and I think that's it. The only steady guy right now that you're going to keep.
Yeah.
So you talk about Monty, you talk about, but you're not keeping those guys.
Right.
So what the hell is Mozeliak going to do at the deadline here? He has to go and acquire like 4 pitchers. So the smart move, in my opinion, is you make a couple of moves, you get some young prospect type pitchers, and then you go do your John Lester, J-Happ moves. You go do those. That's why I said Lance Lynn and Joe Kelly, just kind of like, go get Lance Lynn. Go get him, bring him in. Who cares? Who cares? And if he wants to re-up with your team next year, he can be an effective 4 or 5 in your rotation. But at least you have a pitcher. You're going to have to close out this season somehow. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how you even fix this year. So trying to be a buyer, to me, would be a whole other level of insanity.
All right, we're up against it, but I want to get into it because, Marsh, I know you got thoughts on it too. I've got even more thoughts on this as well. So let's carry this over. We're reacting off of what Katie Wu had told Alex and T-Bone today about how she's not convinced that the Cardinals know whether or not they're a buyer or seller yet at the deadline, which is just, befuddling to say the least. So let's carry this over. We'll continue to talk about this next on 101 ESPN. So we're talking about the conversation that BK and Ferrario, Alex in this case, Alex and T-Bone had with Katie Wu of The Athletic earlier today on BK and Ferrario. With Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh and Anthony Stalter. 5:02, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. And Katie said, I'm not convinced, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not convinced that the Cardinals know which direction they're going in. They might still have some hope that they can get back in the division, all that, which is just, it flabbergasted, I think, all of us here in the studio. And Marsh, I'm interested in your thoughts as well. We did get a text, because we were talking about trading Montgomery. We got a text from somebody who said, why would you trade Montgomery when you need pitching? Because Montgomery's on an expiring contract and you don't know if you're going to be able to re-sign him. That's why. And it's as simple as that. Now, if Montgomery says, I'm going to re-sign with you, then you open up conversations about a deal. But I think that Montgomery is going to price himself out of this market. I don't know if he wants to return. I don't have any inside knowledge from him specifically, but I know that he was very fond of the Yankees organization, and the Yankees always need pitching. They traded him for Harrison Bader, who's now cleanup hitter for them, by the way. And which kind of goes to show you Bader's a fine player. He shouldn't be hitting cleanup for the Yankees. But
that's why that guy got fired.
Yeah, probably. But then Jamie's referring to the Yankees hitting coach. But Montgomery, you don't know if you're going to re-sign him. Trading him now to get something in return is the only option. It's how I feel about Flaherty. Somebody's going to give you a prospect for Flaherty. And somebody's probably going to give you maybe not a major league ready player. Let me state this. They're probably not going to give you a major league player in return for Flaherty. But what if it's somebody like the status of Liberatore, not Liberatore, who has struggled, but somebody that is on the cusp of being a big leaguer. Somebody that you could probably put in your rotation for the second half. I like your idea, Jamie, of doing both at the deadline. Selling what you have, but buying on the future. Mm-hmm. So in other words, selling on Jordan Montgomery expiring contract, Jack Flaherty expiring contract, Jordan Hicks, same idea. You don't know if you're going to be able to re-sign Jordan Hicks. Selling on those guys to bring in cost-controlled talent. This is where John Mozeliak has got to strike while the iron's hot. He hasn't been in this spot before. The only advantage to being 38-52 in a crap team is selling at the deadline. And if they're worried, and I don't know if this is the case, guys, but if the Cardinals front office, Mo, DeWitt, Gersh, everybody else, if they are concerned that the fan base will see them waving the white flag on this year and not do anything because they're fearful that the fans will be upset, then shame on them. This fan base will understand if you're saying to them, we blanked up. We blanked up. This is our first opportunity to start fixing this mess. We can't do it in one trade deadline, but we're going to start. They'll understand. If you do nothing outside of adding Rich Hill and saying, well, we're not out of this, then that's an insult to your fan base. You're insulting your fan base. They'll understand. If you acquire a couple of I'll call them the 4A pitchers, but 4A with upside, okay?
Like a Yuri Perez.
Exactly. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Who dominated your face hole last week.
Hey, we still beat him, though.
You got lucky, Marsh.
Yeah, he did go 6 innings, 3 hits, one earned
How many
run.
Ks? Give me the Ks.
7.
Yeah, about 7 Ks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was shipped out, too. He went back down.
So he's
to
a
their
perfect
AAA.
example of what you're talking about.
Exactly. Thank you. So you get 1 or 2 4A players. You trade DeYoung, you bring up Mason Wynn. And then you turn around to Liberatore and said, hey, buddy, we like you. We like you a lot. Obviously, we traded you for somebody who's going to play in the All-Star game tomorrow. We like you, though.
Home run derby tonight.
Earn your spot for next year. We're going to let you go. We're going to give you the runway here. You're going to be in a rotation for the second half, but you're going to earn your spot for next year. If not, then I hope you like Memphis because you'll probably be stuck there for a while. That's what I would do. Your fan base might be interested in a younger rotation, Mason Wynn playing shortstop, Jordan Walker playing every day, and Matthew Liberatore given the full, hey buddy, you got to earn this for next year. That's my thoughts.
So, Marshy, we haven't had your thoughts on this yet.
Well, going back to the whole Katie Wu, what she was saying about the team thinking that they can still win this division, I just want to know what planet that thought process is coming from.
I want to know how serious that is. Like, Katie Wu just doesn't say things.
Right.
Like, she's really good at her job.
For sure.
And for her to say that she's not sure the Cardinals will be sellers yet, they might be buyers, somebody has told her something. That person is insane.
I don't the Reds have been unbelievable since Ellie De La Cruz came up. The record speaks for itself. Like, he has brought a jolt of energy into that team, and they've been playing good ball. The question is, can their pitching hold up? Well, hello? You think you want to be the buyers? They're going to be buying, too. They're going to be buying pitching at the deadline if they believe they can win the division. And I feel like other teams that are above you, if they feel the same way, are probably going to buy as well. So on what planet do you get better if other teams are also getting better?
Right. Atlanta's going to buy. Miami might buy.
Atlanta doesn't even need to buy.
Philadelphia's going to buy. Cincinnati's going to buy. Milwaukee's probably going to sell and still compete. That's just what Milwaukee does.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers are going to buy. Maybe the Diamondbacks buy. The Giants might buy. And the Padres have got to go all in because they're
the Marlins might buy.
Right, I mentioned them.
Did you? Yeah,
that's right. Texas might buy. Houston is probably going to buy. Seattle might buy.
The Angels, they might have to buy too because this could be the last opportunity for them to keep Shohei.
Oakland has been picked over. Oakland's going to sell. Nobody's buying that. That's a crap team.
That could be us.
We already got the possum, so I mean, good luck getting anything else.
We could be the Oakland A's.
Boston might sell. Kansas City's got nothing. Chicago be an interesting seller. My point is, you don't have a lot of sellers at the deadline. You would put yourself in an advantageous spot. You might say to yourself right now as a Cardinals fan, well, what are you going to get for Jack Flaherty? A lot more than you think, dude. A lot more than you think because the teams get crazy at the deadline.
Well, the Dodgers right now would certainly trade for Jack Flaherty. They've got some injuries in their rotation. And Anthony, I prefer you don't ever touch my mic, okay? Ever. Thank you.
I'm just trying to help before you get electrocuted again.
Yeah.
Marsh and I are sick of you.
I'd rather be electrocuted
last week
than have you touching my mic.
That's fine.
All right?
Okay. Understood.
The Dodgers would
it's Jamie a couple
certainly
times
look
last
to
week.
acquire Jack Flaherty right now. They've got injuries.
121 gigawatts.
And Jack Flaherty, I'm just going to power through this. And Jack Flaherty wouldn't have to be a number 1 or a number 2 or a number 3 with the Dodgers. So you could look at that avenue. I think overall, what the Cardinals have to remember here is I think the fan base would be understanding. I think that if the Cardinals just came out with a press conference and just said, hey, look, or maybe not even a press conference, just identifying that they need to make some moves, and the fan base would be more or less forgiving, knowing that there's a sense of direction. And they would still show up, and they would cheer on the guys that are here, and they would cheer on the call-ups and the young pitchers, whoever they put out there. They would support them because that's what Cardinals fans do. They won't be happy with losses, but at least they'll understand what the process is here. And that way your fan base can get behind what you're doing. What's going on right now is everybody's fearful that the Cardinals don't know what the hell they're doing, that they're going to try and push to get this division and make mistakes or the uncertainty. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I think a lot of that goes away if you're just kind of open about what the process might be. Like Army was open about the process. He didn't get fleeced at the deadline.
Right.
So it's not like, the teams are going to fleece him. No, teams are still going to want players. And if you have that player, you have the ability to make a trade. So, I don't know. I think sometimes being more transparent, not complete transparency, because that just sewers your strategies.
Yeah.
But just some transparency.
Just be direct.
Helps the process here.
Right. Just be direct. Yeah, at the deadline, you have a little wrap up, right? Hey, how'd you do at the deadline this year? What was the direction? Well, you know what? We traded guys. We hate to see these guys go. We thought we'd be competing for a division, but these are players that we didn't know if we were going to be able to re-sign. We can't take that risk. They essentially became assets that we traded for cost-controlled players, and we need to fix this pitching staff. We're also calling up Mason Wynn. Mason Wynn's going to be a part of our club here in the second half. So
yeah, and people will be excited for that. And will he make mistakes? Yes. Will he be inconsistent? Absolutely.
Right.
But people will be excited for it.
Mm-hmm. And if anybody asks, well, what are you telling Nolan Arenado, who also, he left I heard this yesterday from somebody. Well, what are you telling Arenado? This is why he left Colorado. Hey, Nolan, you haven't done much winning, pal. I'm sorry. You haven't won anything. You
had your chance to opt out. You didn't.
Sucker. We got you. No, but you had your opportunity, right? No, let me rephrase here. We're trying to win with him. This wasn't working. So
what if you just trade Arenado and get all the pitching you need?
Well, you got somebody else on the other corner that you might
trade him too.
Trade them all.
No.
You know what I think of you? I tell you. I just traded you.
Honey, get my drink.
It's a Fast Lane on 101 at ESPN, and we've got what's trending next.
Gentlemen, are you feeling a little bit tired, fatigued? Maybe the energy's a little bit lower. Motivation isn't quite there. You're feeling anxious, maybe moody, impatient. All of these signs are low testosterone. It can be, that's for sure. And listen, low testosterone happens to men of all ages. And the best way to counter that is get into Mentality. My friends over at Mentality have two locations. They got the South County location and the West County location. Walk in, please, and tell them that Jamie Rivers sent you in. And their board-certified physicians will provide you with a complete physical exam. And it's really easy. You just walk in. You literally tell them how you're feeling and, some of the improvements you'd like to make. They're going to ask you some more questions. They're going to do a blood panel. And all the answers are right there on the piece of paper. It's really easy, and they're very informative and supportive along the way, too. And what happens is they create your personal program. So for me, I was low on testosterone and a couple other vitamins. So now weekly, I get in there and I get taken care of, and I feel fantastic. It has made such a difference in my life. I get way more done as far as my professional life's concerned. Personal life, I've got way more energy to do things away from the office, to hang out with the kids, to do other things. Doesn't matter. Get back into the gym, done that. You can change everything just by heading over to Mentality. If you can't get in there in person, well, visit them online, and that's at lowtusa.com. Again, that's Mentality at lowtusa.com.
What's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, I'm Andrew Marsh, and it is time for What's Trending. Guys, over the weekend, Jordan Montgomery injured on Friday. He was pitching, he's dealing 4 1/3 before he had to be taken out of the game. We talked about the Cards potentially maybe not being sellers. We just had that conversation. How does his injury affect what the Cards do at the deadline?
Well, hopefully he's okay and that he'll be good to go at the trade deadline, or else outside of maybe Jordan Hicks, that he's the guy that could fetch you the most. Because some team's going to pony up for Jordan Hicks if they need a closer. They'll look at that. They'll look at the 104, look at his track record recently, and they'll give up. They'll give up something significant for Hicks. But Montgomery is the other guy that could fetch you a decent amount. And I wouldn't be shocked if Flaherty, if this team has the huevos rancheros to trade Flaherty, I think Flaherty can fetch you something too. But obviously, guy's got to be healthy. So hopefully the MRI that comes back on his hamstring, he being Jordan Montgomery, comes back clean.
Yeah, this is huge. It really is. So what do we have to the trade deadline? A couple weeks?
August 1st is the deadline.
Yeah, so 2.5 weeks-ish, somewhere in there. If Jordan Montgomery is still on the IL come the trade deadline, I mean, you're blanked. Nobody's trading for an injured pitcher. You can say, oh, they traded for Harrison Bader last year. Yeah, nobody's trading for an injured pitcher.
Nobody's trading for an injured pitcher that's on an expiring contract.
Correct. Yeah, if he'd like 3 more years on his deal or whatever.
But like Bader, acquiring Bader, you knew you were going to have him beyond last season.
Yeah, but a pitcher still is very different. And so this injury, not that it's a game changer, but could be when it comes to John Mozeliak's deadline deals, because a healthy Jordan Montgomery, I think, certainly gets you quite a few pieces in return. An injured Montgomery gets you nothing. Mm-hmm. It gets you a compensation pick at the end of the year when he leaves via free agency.
Right.
So, yeah, this is kind of a big deal.
Guys, we had this conversation earlier today on the Balloon Producers Party, talking about the Home Run Derby. So I wanted to toss it to you guys. Do you think the Home Run Derby is the best thing in sports when it comes to All-Star Game festivities? Do you think it's better than the Slam Dunk Contest?
Oh, yeah.
The NHL skills competition.
Yeah, the NHL skills competition is a joke this year. They had so many dumb events and stupid stuff.
You didn't like when they were shooting at surfboards?
Yeah, that was dumb. It was dumb. Flat out.
I do. I think the Home Run Derby is the best skills competition around.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the format.
It's equivalent to the slap shot contest for the NHL. Like, that's the big contest. Everybody tunes in to see who has the hardest slap shot. Well, a comparable to that is who can hit the ball out of the park the most. And so you got the Home Run Derby. Yeah, I think it is by far the best one.
I guess basketball, would you consider it to be comparable to the dunk contest or the three-point shot?
No, if it's you've got to go with your biggest one. So it's got to be the dunk.
The dunk?
Yeah, I would say the dunk.
Like your what am I looking for right now? Your
marquee event?
Yes, that's the one. I was thinking, well, yeah. What do you call that thing? What do you call that thing? That's a marquee.
Bowl? The cup? Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
I find it interesting, though, because, like, the dunk contest has a bunch of no-name guys in it. Like, it's completely changed from what it used to be. It used to be, Michael Jordan, marquee. Vince Carter, even Dwight Howard when he was jumping over, mascots. You had Blake Griffin jumping over cars, and now you have some dude that was in the G League.
Right.
That played, like, a game. Which is a great story, great for him.
Yeah, but
come on.
Yeah.
I'm not tuning into that.
It's supposed to be the all-star game.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be stars. It's supposed to highlight these players. It's tough, though. I was listening to I think it was the MLB Network MLB Network Radio talking about whether or not Ellie De La Cruz should be at the All-Star game.
Yeah, he should.
And he doesn't necessarily have the numbers over the first half because he was called up midway through.
God, I'd have him there.
But he's a star.
Yeah, he is.
And you want to make sure it's one of those things where it says you want to show off your talent, but at the same time you also want to reward the players that had good first halves. So it's kind of it's an interesting dilemma. But for me, I mean, you got to market your game.
I mean,
and one way to do that would be to have that kid there.
Let's get rid of okay, this guy has to go because his team stinks, but he needs a representative.
Yeah.
Well, no,
you
your
don't.
team stinks.
Right.
Who cares if you're there?
Are you talking about Nolan Arenado?
No,
Okay.
I'm speaking of other teams. Nolan Arenado probably deserves.
You're talking
to
about the
be an
Cardinals
All-Star.
because they're the worst. They're one of the worst.
I mean, you could throw them in. Like, there's no way that anybody on the Oakland A's should be in the All-Star game. Other than
who is their rep?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Is it Brent Rooker?
The possum.
No, he's not in our organization anymore. Anthony lost him too. He can't find him.
I can't find him.
There's no where he's at.
Unbelievable.
I am interested now. Who is Oakland's representative? My guess it's either Brent Rooker or
I have no idea. I don't even know enough of their
Ryan
players.
Noda or Seth Brown, maybe. Maybe it's Seth Brown. That would make sense.
Huh.
I don't think
checking right now.
I don't think it's Tony
Brent
Kemp.
Rooker.
Is it Brent Rooker?
Yeah.
About the only guy I trade for.
Last year they had Paul Blackburn.
Okay.
2021, man, this team is such a minor league team. A feeder. Chris Bassett, Matt Olson.
Okay, no, hold on. Go back.
I'm gonna go down.
So
I'm gonna read some of these names. Like, wow, that guy's not there anymore.
List those players. Let's do this.
So we have
start again.
All right, 2022, Paul Blackburn.
Still there.
2021, Chris Bassett.
Toronto Blue Jays.
Matt Olson.
Braves.
2020, no game, COVID-19. 2019, Matt Chapman.
Blue Jays.
Liam Hendricks. He's in the White Sox. Yep. 2018, Jed Lowry.
He was with Boston for a while. I don't know where he is now.
Blake Trinan.
Trinan is with San Diego.
2017, Yonder Alonso.
I don't even know if he's in the league anymore. Oh, he's with the Dodgers. Blake Trinan.
Are we
with
still
the
talking about
Dodgers.
the A's here right now?
Yeah.
Enough, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Move along.
Bring up something that Jamie wants to talk about.
No, just anything.
So in
else.
2014, the
I don't even know
Athletics.
these guys.
Actually, let me read
That's
2014.
the point.
Exactly.
You missed the whole point.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you're over there sleeping.
No, you nailed it, Anthony. You nailed the point.
No, you nailed it. Jamie.
Fine. Andrew,
ahead, Mark.
continue.
I wanted to point out their 2014 All-Stars. 2014, they had Yoenis Cespedes, Josh Donaldson, Sean Doolittle, Scott Kazmir, Brandon Moss, former Cardinal, Derek Norris, and Jeff Samardzija.
Jeff Samardzija was a good wide receiver for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of a football team near that school, Anthony, not good news coming out of Northwestern.
No, not at all. If you've been following this story, Pat Fitzgerald, the well-respected Pat Fitzgerald, suspended for 2 games because of a hazing incident involving a couple of former players that did not go on the record. But Northwestern is actually reconsidering the penalty as they continue this investigation. Adam Rittenberg of ESPN has been all over this, but one of the recent reports has been that they had hazing involving a whiteboard that was in the middle of their locker room that had all the players' names on it that were facing punishment. And some of the punishments included naked bear crawls, naked, something slingshot. I don't really know what that is, nor do I want to know what that is. There was a deeper report that included players that were forced to be naked and beaten in a closet. I mean, just all sorts of nasty allegations toward the Northwestern football program. And of course, whether Pat Fitzgerald knew everything that was going on, some of what was going on, Jamie, he's the face of of that program, so he's going to be disciplined. And I wouldn't be shocked
if he got further punishment than just the 2 games.
Guy's an idiot. Guy's a friggin' idiot. Bottom line. No, I'm not. I'm not even joking. People send their kids away to college to, one, hopefully pursue a dream to play in the NFL one day. 2, to get an education, or in reverse. Education, play football, whatever. I don't care what order you put them in.
Yeah.
And 3, you're trusting them in the hands of another adult that's supposed to be out there looking out for them. Because when they recruit these players, boy, they paint a real good picture.
Yeah, you're right.
Shame on this ass. Seriously. Like I told you guys before the show, I've never believed in the rookie hazing or the freshman hazing. I've never believed it, ever. I was lucky that as a junior hockey player, the veterans that we had on our team were good. But then following that, like the years after when I was a veteran, we just didn't have it. We have a party. It's something that actually makes people happy to be there. Whether it's a veteran player or a rookie or a freshman or a senior. And when you're the coach, buddy, what are you doing? Oh, it's tradition. Oh, it is it? How about I just kick you in the balls? Is that tradition? Nope, I just started a new one.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't get it. It actually makes me really angry because I've got 2 19-year-old boys, and if they were off going to college at Northwestern, I would absolutely choke the living snot out of this coach. I'd find him, I'd kick his freaking front door in, and then I would beat him senseless in front of his children. Yeah. You want to make my child look like an ass? I'm going to make you look like an ass. It's unacceptable. I know I got a little carried away there, but it's unacceptable, man. You can't let that stuff happen.
That was epic.
I know. Sorry. I got caught up in the moment for a minute there.
I think the thing that did it for me was you mentioned the children being there.
Yeah.
But you're right, Alex. You got to send that message.
You got to send it loud and clear. And then the kids. Then you're actually doing his kids a favor.
Yeah. This is what happens
when you act like an idiot in life.
I thought I went over the top by talking about cutting off Jordan Montgomery's leg today, but
that
Jamie, you went over the top there. But I agree with everything you said.
Me.
You're right. These guys sit in the family room and say, "Hey, I'm gonna take care of your son." Really? Is that how you take care of him?
I've got you. I know what family's all about. No, you don't.
No, you don't. All right, it's a fast lane on 101 at ESPN, so we'll see what else comes about this Northwestern story. But broke over the weekend, and not great for Pat Fitzgerald. Home run derby. Normally we do our home run picks. And Marsh, congratulations, man! You had Big Friday.
That was a big Friday.
You had Nolan Arenado to get a home run.
I did.
And then you also had the local product, Jake Berger,
who also hit a home run.
To get a hit.
He actually started the rally that ended up costing the Cardinals the game. But
so that was on you. That loss was on you.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, you had a big week. So maybe we'll give Marsh first pick.
No.
What was that, Jamie?
Go ahead.
I don't want to be that guy. So, Jamie, you can go first.
No, I want Anthony to go first. Maybe it'll change his pissy attitude today.
That's fair.
I think my attitude's been fantastic, actually.
It's amazing.
One of the better attitudes I've had.
It's debatable.
I thought you got a little cranky there with the A's talk, but we overlooked it.
Enough. You guys are, going over all these A's players that are irrelevant. Like, come on.
Well, it's the All-Star break, and there's nothing to talk about.
So enough of that.
We do what we can, Jamie.
You're doing a great job, Anthony. You really are.
Don't Pat Fitzgerald us, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, that won't happen.
Home run derby picks next on 101 ESPN.
Anthony, our guy Ron, the Wizard of Comfort over there at Swiss Air Heating and Cooling. Man, he's got some amazing options for everyone. And whether it's a complete HVAC unit or how about just taking care of what you currently have. He's got the Magic Tune for $69. There's a 29-point cooling system check to ensure that your cooling system is working properly for the St. Louis Heat. Let me just tell you a story, Anthony. There's somebody in this studio named Jamie that did not do this. I ran into a problem and my house was so hot, it was terrible. Ron, the Wizard of Comfort, he hooked me up, came over, took care of everything. Now I'm on the Magic Tune program. It's just one of the many features they have.
Yeah, it was so hot in Jamie's house that Marsh and I came in. We saw Jamie sleeping in the office. We're like, what are you doing? And they're like, well, I let my AC go out. And I looked at Jamie. I said, Jamie, do you realize that Swiss Air, they've got the portable AC units that they'll move into your house while they're making sure that you're on the schedule, and they'll fix it, and they'll have the portable unit right there for you. Jamie now knows about that.
Yeah, well, you had the portable unit because your whole system went down, Anthony.
So there's somebody in this studio named Anthony that completely ran his AC into the ground. But thankfully, Ron, the Wizard of Comfort, they hooked us up at the Stalter household. We loved working with Swiss Air. The customer service outstanding. The sales, like the price of the unit was fantastic. The warranty was incredible. Just give Ron, the Wizard of Comfort at Swiss Air, a call, and whether you're replacing your entire unit like me or fixing it like Jamie, well, Swiss Air, they won't be beat.
No, that's right. Give them a call at 636-978-7800, 636-978-7800, or visit SwissAirSTL.com.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cards take 2 of 3 over the weekend against the White Sox heading into the All-Star break. They pick up a 4-3 victory, a come-from-behind victory, that is, yesterday. The Home Run Derby will start tonight, and then the All-Star game tomorrow. Both will be right here on 101 ESPN. The Home Run Derby, all the coverage right here, starting at 7, we'll have our instant replay show from 6 to 7 with the Home Run Derby starting after. We'll have our Home Run Derby picks coming up next, so stay tuned for that. Also this weekend, City SC blanked Toronto 1-0. They'll take on LAFC Wednesday. That start time is at 9:30. If you missed anything from today's show, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or use the 101 mobile app. You can find the full show. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center Update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Back. Stay fair! Stay fair!
Go foul! I don't believe what I just saw! Home run!
All right, time for our picks for the Home Run Derby. Since we do the Cardinals Home Run Derby Challenge, might as well actually do the Home Run Derby. So let's do that. Last year, Marsh won it. He won it all.
I did. Juan Soto. By the way, earlier in the show, I said that Julio Rodriguez was defending his crown in Seattle. That made no sense because he lost.
Yeah, he did.
I had Julio.
You
last
did.
year.
What did I have last year? I think
Schwarber, because you wanted to see Albert lose.
No, I picked Schwarber, and then Schwarber threw it so Albert could beat him. He did. He literally, he's like, what? He's like, I'm going to beat Albert Pujols? He's like, no, I'm not even doing that. And he went up there and sucked.
Honestly, by his body language,
Marsh,
he looked pretty upset that he lost to Albert.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so.
He turned Albert's season around, so thank you, Kyle Schwarber.
Did, yeah. Man.
I think it's only fair that, Marsh, you go first.
Because I won?
You're the defending champ, so go for it.
Well, I said this as I walked in earlier today. Randy asked me who I thought would win the Home Run Derby, and we have the betting odds behind us at plus 950, former Cardinal Randy Arozarena, my first pick.
Okay. So trolling the Cardinals with that one.
I think he is the best showman out of all of these guys. Like Pete Alonso's pretty good.
Pete Alonso takes it more serious than anybody.
Absolutely. He's on the other side of the bracket, though. So I think these two, I even did something on MLB.com that I signed up for. I have those two guys facing off with each other. Randy Arozarena is my winner. That just means he'll probably lose to Adolis Garcia.
No.
But that is my first pick.
Jamie? Jaime?
Let's see here. I feel like Guerrero Jr., I mean, he has been not good in Toronto hitting home runs this year. I feel like he's got an axe to grind.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I just worry about his stamina. Don't know why, but just kind of worry about his stamina in this event.
How dare you?
How dare he, Anthony? So, Luis Robert is my guy.
So, Marsh went with a former Cardinal.
Uh-huh.
Jamie, you went with
somebody
that only two teams were interested in, the White Sox and the Cardinals. And DeWitt goes, you know what? I'm not going to pay for that. I haven't seen him play. I'm not going to pay for him. Well, you're paying for it now. So you're trolling the Cardinals. Marsh, you're trolling the Cardinals.
Well, half the roster up there is former Cardinals.
I think it's disgusting what you guys are doing. I really do. I think it's absolutely disgusting
So
what you
you're
guys are doing.
going with Adolis Garcia?
Adolis Garcia is my pick.
Got him. Got him.
All right, so Marsh tonight has got Randy Arozarena. I got Adolis Garcia. One of us will be knocked out in the first round.
Should we pick our next guy? Should we pick another guy?
Oh, are we going that route?
Just we could, I don't know, maybe the second or
All right,
our
go ahead.
backup guy. Why not?
Do I get? Are we doing a snake draft?
Let's do a snake draft.
Well, give me the big strong
Anthony
guy.
likes
then.
the snake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course he does.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll take the only guy trying to actually win this thing. Give me Pete Alonso.
Deadlifts, squats, leg press,
cleats, uniform,
sprints,
the whole thing.
Yoga,
What an idiot.
cold tub.
I'll take him.
Yeah.
Jamie?
All right. I'm going with J-Rod.
Julio Rodriguez is Jamie's second pick. All right, Marsh.
Julio.
I guess I'm gonna go with Mookie Betts.
Okay.
He's pretty good at everything. He's a good bowler. So
yeah.
All right, and there's not enough to do another round here.
No, there's. I think 2's enough, guys.
Yeah. So it'll probably be Vlad that wins it or Adley Rutschman who wins it.
Yeah.
Considering we didn't pick those guys.
Well, yeah.
So there you have it. All right.
It's time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
All right, guys, we got a question from Justin, and Justin wants to know, what did you guys think about Ivan Herrera this weekend in his 2 games taking over for Wilson Contreras?
I think he should be on this roster for the foreseeable future. That's what I think. And he and Contreras can split time behind the dish and or DHing. That's what I think.
So was his performance the best case scenario or the worst case scenario for the Cardinals front office?
I think the best because they're going to need a win. The front office needs a win.
Yeah, but then
make him the DH. I don't care. Okay. Make Contreras the DH moving forward.
All right.
You know, I know what you're going to ask. I get it.
What? What was I ask?
If Ivan Herrera is the stud, what do you do with Wilson?
I mean, it's a natural thing to ask.
DH.
Herrera? What is wrong with
Are you sad?
Squeaky Mike there.
No,
What's your
Contreras,
problem right now?
Contreras to DH. Herrera's your guy.
What's up with your mics, both of you?
Well, Anthony, obviously, he's the guy who ruins the mics, everything he touches. You come over here, you mess with mine. You probably set that up on purpose to electrocute me.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you said, hey, Jamie, first thing you did when I touched the mic is, hey, put your hand in this water. I was like, why would I do that?
I thought your hands were dirty.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Okay.
We have another huge question, biggest question. This is from John Fozelak, who usually sends us mic drops, but today
that's on Fridays.
Hitting up the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Fo has the big question. When Gersh was promoted to GM, I made him wear only whitey tighties to every meeting on day 1 of his first winter meetings. Want to come beat me up, Rivers?
What? What does that have to do with what?
Because he was hazing Gersh.
Hazing Gersh.
Yeah. Tighty whities.
Up.
How do we know that Gersh wasn't already wearing tighty whities?
Great question.
Like, what if he's that guy?
Great question. All right. It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Good call on that, Jamie. That's a good question there. What you missed, criticisms, compliments, next. There's only one guy, Jamie, that if you're purchasing a house that you need to call, because our guy Stewie, he's going to be there for you, and he's going to be there for you in a lot of different ways. One, he's going to save you money over the course of your loan. He saves you money up front, too, when it comes to using the bagel loan. If you utilize the bagel loan, you qualify for it, you won't have any closing costs. You won't have any lender fees. And think about putting that money back into your offer to make your offer more enticing to the seller, or using that to upgrade your home.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And our guy Stewie has lots of great ideas and customer service, too. We throw that around like it's just customer service. Not with Stewie. He takes it personally. And I know for a fact I've sent people Stewie's way, and he always takes care of them and does the best job to save them money, get them to the closing table, and then make sure that he's getting them the best rate. So to get that kind of service, all you have to do is give him a call. 314-324-4440.
Again, 314-324-4440.
You can call him, text him anytime. Quite honestly, Stewie's going to take care of you. And if you can't remember that number, Anthony, what can they do?
You can always Google the bagel loan.
NMLS number 226715.
you miss anything from today's podcast, or the show, I should say, you can download the podcast at 101ESPN.com, your 101 ESPN mobile app. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Talked about Katie Woo's comments to BK and Ferrario earlier today, talking about how the Cardinals might not know if they're buyers or sellers. We criticize them to no end, so we want to make sure that you listen to that. We talked about Jordan Montgomery's injury and whether or not that's going to impact the Cardinals at the deadline. Talked about Steven Matz rejoining the starting rotation. Jamie praised him for his 5 1/3 innings yesterday and said he should be your ace moving forward. So, again, all that is available on the podcast. Marsh, what do you got for criticisms and compliments?
Yeah, let's just start from the top, from the 314.
Sorry, by the way, breaking news, Northwestern fires head coach Pat Fitzgerald. We were just talking about that. We're talking about the hazing incident and him getting 2 games. And I had mentioned I think it'd be more. I think it'll be more than 2 games when it's all said and done. It's going to be the rest of his life at Northwestern.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No coincidence after Jamie basically threatened to beat him up.
Yeah,
you know,
we appreciate Northwestern's.
They were listening.
AD department just listening to everything.
Absolutely. All right, let's start from the top, from the 314. Just logged on, and all I hear is, how do you put your marshmallow, Anthony? How do you pull your marshmallow, Anthony? Going to be a good show.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
This is from Viva from the YouTube chat. Listening to the show almost daily, it blows my mind how many people say that the show doesn't call out or challenge Mo. LOL, they talk about needing pitching every day.
Thank you.
That is true.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for your support. Everybody be more like that person.
Speaking of
Jamie?
keeping Mo accountable, we had that segment from 402. Marshy needs an Oscar for that performance. Bravo.
It was a very, very, very good performance.
You're outstanding today, Marsh.
Thank
You're
you.
outstanding every day. Today was extra special.
I appreciate that. From the 618, best All-Star break present ever. Thank you.
You're welcome. What was it?
It was about the Mo keeping him accountable segment.
Got it.
This is the same thing from Jamie Rivers' Vacation Speedo. I'd say that was spot on by Marsh. Well done.
Well done, Marsh.
It was.
From the 314, you guys remind me of Bert and Ernie. Rivers is Ernie.
I could see that.
Bert's the angry one, so I guess.
It doesn't matter. What?
Oh, it matters.
The 314, I think
These guys are good friends.
May.
Real close.
I think the 314 might have been making fun of my process in the Gauntlet. Says he was sure it started with a 1 and had a 6 in it, but it didn't land on 16. The process, LOL. So I looked this up, and I just had to be sure. DeAndre Hopkins was number 6 when he played for Clemson.
Was he?
He was number 6. I knew that he wore 6 at some point, so he was number 6 at Clemson. From the 314, Anthony gets criticized, so he threatens to take his ball and go home. We're talking about
the Gauntlet.
The Gauntlet, yeah.
That's not my fault. That's that person's fault.
That grammar guy, by the way, got a lot of heat on the text line today.
Did he?
A lot of heat.
I mean,
he threatened to cancel the Gauntlet, so of course people are going to be upset.
Why do you think I did it?
From the 217, Anthony, may I humbly offer a compromise for the Gauntlet? Anthony, from now on, just refer to yourself in third person. It'll be legendary and make you sound balls out important, maybe even regal. Problem solved, everyone happy. Matt.
Hey, Matt, you win. I like that.
Anthony's
Hold on, let's try it. Let's try it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So, who is it, Mike today?
Yeah, Mike.
So, Mike, is it a revenge spot for you, or are you going with Jamie Rivers or Anthony Stalter?
I think I'm going to go Marsh today.
I'll try it. We'll work on it.
I think you should go refer to yourself in the third person, like
all the time?
Almost all the time.
I'll add a "the" in front of it, too.
The Anthony Stalter?
Yeah. You going to a revenge spot with Marsh, Jamie Rivers, or the Anthony Stalter?
I think we give it a go.
I like it.
Very regal.
It is very regal. Once I look up regal.
From the 618, my plan for the second half of the season is to drink every time Jamie says stylistically. That way I won't remember any of the Cardinal games.
There you go.
Yeah, this guy's been on my case. All right.
We've got a couple of guys just
They just keep poking, eh? Keep poking.
Here's the thing, though. If they're listening that close, we thank you.
Keep poking.
Because I don't even know. I honestly didn't realize you say stylistically.
No, it was
a
that
lot.
one segment I went off and said stylistically 5 times, and I was like, I don't even know stylistically why I'm saying stylistically.
Right.
So they're poking fun at me, and I get it. They should. I would.
We all have crutches.
No, I got out of mine. They're great. My legs feel good.
I meant phrases that we go to too much.
Okay.
Like obviously.
And whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, and whatnot.
Stylistically.
There it is. Somebody else here on Twitter. It might be the same guy. He said, I wrote something here. I said about the White Sox. Getting, Lance Lynn and all that. They go, stylistically or just in general? That's funny. It was funny. I appreciate the humor. For sure.
And for the second show in a row, we'll end on this one. Breaking news. Anthony Stalter looks swole on YouTube.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. I appreciate my wife texting in or anybody within my family. Probably not my wife. Probably somebody that's just a good friend, Jamie.
Yeah, it's your number.
It is my number. I don't know why we had to call that out, Jamie. But,
I don't know. Because I punched the number once. Who the hell is this? And I was like, it showed up as Anthony. This is weird.
We appreciate everybody listening and watching today. Thank you. We'll be back tomorrow from 2 to 6 for Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers. I'm the Anthony Stalter. Hope everybody enjoyed. Is it all right?
Stylistically, that was good.
Well done. We got Home Run Derby coverage starting at 7 o'clock tonight. Everybody, Jamie, you got Julio Rodriguez and Luis Robert. Marsh, you went with
Randy Arozarena.
And
Mookie Betts.
And I got Pete Alonso and Adolis Garcia. So either a former Cardinal or should be Cardinal will win tonight. See ya!